Copy, copy. Copy, copy. Let's see. How's my voice sounding here? Copy, copy. Yeah. We're doing some short hops, working our way down to Lawrenceville. I'm in the AN-2 Colt, which fucking that. There's it's all in Russian. And there's nothing standard about it. There's no autopilot or nothing, man. So I should have an airport just north of this town here, and that's where I'm going to land. It was just a short hop. No, I'm up in Illinois and Indiana. There's a plane. I'm eventually work my way over to Lawrenceville. There's a plane over there that for the ratings, because I'm doing the I forgot to mark it on the thing. Neofly, and I don't have any twin engine aircraft that I'm rated in, so I need to get the twin engine rating if I ever want to rent or buy a twin. I think I see the blue lights of the taxiways. Oops, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on there. Let's back out a little bit. We got a moon. This is at, like I said, the Antonov. Actually, I'm going to pause that. One less thing to render. What's your system? What's your current system? What do you mean, what tracers? So I see the taxiway lights out there. Let's see, this... I don't think we got a weather there. Let's see what the weather is over here. Imagine the wind's probably calm. Well, that's 1107. So... What do you mean by tracers? You talking about my head tracker? If so, I'm using Track IR. Yeah, I'm using Track IR head tracker. I guess it depends on GeForce 480 or a 4080. Oh shit, dude, you'll be fine. Now you say i9, but you got Ryzen parts. What does that mean? Because Ryzen is AMD and i9 is an Intel. Unless you're flipping them up, is it a Ryzen processor? AMD? I wouldn't think GTA should struggle for you if you've got, especially if you got it on a SD solid state drive. Like I said, unless your processor is like, you know, on the weak side where it's your if your processor is the bottleneck for you. Oh shit, I forgot to load my goddamn, I'm surprised I've been able to fly. I got no white trim or nothing. Let's see, get that up. Alright. Load the radios. There we go. Load this box, and then my trim should start working. There we go. That's amazing. So, I mean, technically you've got 5-year-old pre-built. I'll say with that 4080 video card, Jesus Christ, dude, that's a better video card than I got. I've got a 3090, and I believe like a 4070 Ti is equal to a 3090. So if you got a 4080, There's no trees out here I can't see. Feet on the pedals. Oop, I'm getting low.
We have touchdown.
That was a little tougher than I wanted.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi to parking.
Five-year-old, depending on what it was, what level processor it is, because I just upgraded my base PC. I kept my video card, but I upgraded my base PC from it was an i9 9900 KF, and it would run Flight Sim fine with my video card. So if you're like in that ballpark, it should be able to run it all right. I mean, you just can't go crazy. You know, some people try and take like all the sliders and move them, you know, all to the right, ultra, and with, oops, shit, turn, motherfucker, with Flight Sim, and I mean, even GTA is a little bit that way too. Not all those things get you good stuff. Like, I mean, I'm doing... Stop, fucker. Let's see if my... I don't think my parking brake works on this one.
Okay, pilot. Removing the fragile goods may take a little longer than normal. Stand by.
Fucker. Stop. Quit rolling. The brakes in this thing have to be like pneumatically charged, and I don't think I had the pressure.
Transporter from dispatch. Cargo unloaded and checked. It is always a pleasure to work with you.
You are clear to start your engine.
All right, let's see if we got anything going to Lawrenceville. That's really close.
Dispatch to pilot. The cargo being loaded is documented as fragile. Please take extra care, especially when wheels are on the ground.
Fragile.
Transporter from dispatch. Loading sensitive cargo. Please stand by.
So we have 3164. So we take 3164 minus 190.
Transporter from dispatch.
Seat.
The cargo is on board. You are clear to taxi to the runway and take off.
2974. Divided by 4. 743.5. 743. 743. Good. We have I think that's right. All right.
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it still should be able to do that, though. I mean, I was running single PC, streaming one PC. Like I said, unless you got something in there like not enough RAM or something, you know, that's causing some kind of weird bottleneck. Or if your OBS settings aren't set up right. New pristine PC is kind of nice. Like I said, I got parts this last. I think it took me months to get it built, but I bought the parts back just because I had other things on my plate. Built my wife a new machine, and got me a new motherboard processor. I only went with like a i7-13700, and going for clock speed, and I didn't even like super overclock it. I just let it do the XMP or whatever it is set up. Put 64 gig of RAM in it, but I got a DDR4 board because there's no benefit to DDR5 currently, performance wise. Is what I've been reading. So DDR4 is a lot cheaper, and you know it's loaded up with it. So if I if I need it for anything, I've got it. I didn't put Windows 11 on it. I put Windows 10 because, in my opinion, there's no need unless the only reason to upgrade your operating system, in my opinion, is if there's a hardware requirement. So you got some hardware that won't run on, you know, the older operating system. There's a software requirement, you know, maybe your games don't run, you know, or I mean the software requirement like for productivity, you know. So if there's some showstopper reason that you need to upgrade your operating system, then do it. Otherwise, stick with the mature one that
Transporter,
works.
good flight and land softly.
That's just my opinion. Crap, I forgot to set my thing up. Where are we going? RSV. Let's see. From 1 Hotel 8. There we go. Hey, about the same heading. It's only 24 miles, 140 degrees. It's really close. Overshot. Motherboards are so expensive nowadays, though. I mean, it's like, you know, you're talking a couple hundred, probably. Maybe you can get a decent one for 150. Processor, I mean, if you go with an i7 like I did, you know, you're talking three and change, 350 maybe a little less. 64 gig RAM wasn't that expensive. I think it was about $120, 120 bucks, something like that. But you don't need that. You go with 32. Go with 2 sticks of the same type, whatever you do. Don't do that 4-stick shit. You know, so if you want 32, go with 2 sticks of 16. If you want 64, go 2 sticks of 32. If your power supply is good, you can reuse that. Otherwise, a decent power supply is worth the money. I go with Seasonics. That's what I've been using the last number of years. 850 or higher probably. So cost for that is probably north of 100 to 130 probably. Hard drives, solid state, NVMe drives. The motherboards nowadays, they come with 2, 3, 4 slots. I think mine has 4 NVMe slots on it. I kept a platter drive in it on the serial ATA just to back shit up, and like if I do any recording with OBS or anything or movie editing, I'll put that on the platter drive. But I stuck for I used 2 I think they're Western Digitals NVMe drives. 1 2 terabyte for the boot drive and productivity, and then a 2 terabyte drive for flight sim and some other things. And I put some games on the main one too. And then I've got 2 more slots, so if I want to add the 4 terabyte one, it's a bit pricey yet. They'll be coming down though. There's an actual NDB at this airport we're going to. I could tune it in. I wonder if that tracks. Let's see. Nothing interfaces with my radios in this fucking thing. I don't think. We're dead reckoning. I reckon it's that away. Again, they're short, kind of short hops. But you see where the lights are out there. That's where the little settlements are. Actually, the airport should be right between those two blocks of light off the nose. So we should looks like we're pointed at it. Here, I will share. If anybody's watching still. So we're flying from this airport down to this airport. Short trip. It's only 24 miles. These yellow outlines on this sectional chart, that's what the lights look like from the air at nighttime. And you can see out here we got a little block of lights here and a block of lights here, and I think that's these two bits of light there. So our airport should be between those. This altimeter is in meters. So we're like at 2,000 feet, a little under 2,000 maybe. Or maybe a little over, actually. Ground elevation here is probably 500 to 900 feet, so which means we're 1,500 feet above the ground, maybe. Grinding money. I'm gonna bust after this flight. We're gonna bust 400,000. I finally figured out, because I spent like days and days and days and weeks flying these this Cherokee, because I had a, you start the career off, so I had a 4-seat Cherokee, and I'm doing these flights trying to make money, trying to make the most money, so you gotta make these long flights. I'm like, man, I need something with more cargo, so I started looking. Figured out how to rent an airplane, which it took like a $60,000 deposit to rent this plane, but it's got a huge cargo. The problem with it is you can't navigate for shit with it. So I would like to get out of it and then getting something, for building the cash up. Actually, a DC-3 would probably be ideal. I'm thinking about making a purchase, going over to Just Flight and getting the Electra. And then, because that's a pretty good, it's, was it Airplane Heaven? They do the DC-3 that I have. And they do a pretty good Electra, which is a twin engine radial. And it's got a pretty good cargo. I think it holds about almost as much as this does, maybe. And it has navigable equipment. It's good. It's a clear night. Oh, look, there's an airport. I was a little bit off then. Wasn't where I thought it was. We're set up for left base, though. It's weird how the strobes are coming in and out. I thought it might have been the prop. Swear to God, I take my eyes off this thing and it just starts drifting. This plane is slow as shit too. Feels like I'm standing still, like we're kiting out here. Flaps are up. Three days later. It's a good thing we're only going 24 miles. Jesus. There's another airport out there. Let's see. Which one is that? That is... Actually, that's Lawrenceville. That's where we're going next. Cool. Cute. Should be another one out there between us and Lawrenceville. 90 knots. It's like we're flying a blimp. Shit, probably like a 3-mile final or more. Yeah, my biggest fear with flight sim at night, if it's an airport I haven't been into, is them throwing some tree at the end of the runway or some shit that I don't see. So you gotta watch the lights. Of course, we get that prop affecting the lights too. Easy.
Nice landing, pilot.
I didn't think so. I'm still flying.
Contact ground for your parking assignment, then shut down your engine.
Oh, look at itty bitty runway.
Transporter. Cargo unloading in progress. Stand by, pilot. Transporter. The cargo has been delivered. Nice work. Have a nice day.
I tell you what, this plane's made some money.
You are clear to start your engine.
You're clear to start the engine. Hey, there's the Lawrenceville one. $13,000 just to hop down to Lawrenceville. Oh, wait, there's an $18,000 one. Ooh, I got a couple of them here. Let's see, 18. I wonder if we could take them both. 7 passengers and 2,500 cargo. That would be 338, 3,900 cargo. Pack them in like sardines. I don't think it'll let me do it, but we'll take this one. Let's see, $24.95.
Transporter from dispatch. Good morning. The sensitive cargo mission will start as soon as you get in your aircraft in the parking.
20.
Transporter. Loading has started. Stand by.
$24.95 minus 190. 2305. Divided by 4.
Flight crew. Be
576.25.
advised, the fragile cargo looks extremely delicate. We have secured it the best we can. Please taxi with caution.
Windows box editor is stupid.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
What's the wind at Lawrenceville? Zero 0805. I got a crosswind, let's do it. Just a little one.
Nice takeoff, pilot. Have a safe, steady flight.
It's our goal. There it is. It got on the road and drove there. Oopsie. April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the street. Tell me, where were you? I was at home watching my TV while he was participating in some anarchy. I'm gonna make it daytime after this landing. We'll have to change planes. This Neofly 4, I gotta say, I think I like it. I've gotten used to it. I wonder if you can double up on missions, though. I need to find that out. Is that airport? Mount Carmel. When I worked air traffic, this airport here that I'm getting ready to land at was at the farthest north boundary of our airspace. Hello, club class. Dude, it is a shed, and I'm flying this thing for a reason, right? Because I'm doing Neofly 4, and I've been flying that Cherokee around, you know, trying to make money. And then I got to thinking, you know, if I had something that could carry some freaking cargo, I might be able to, you know, make some scratch. And so I'm doing these short haul flights in this thing. I got to go VFR because the instrumentation is fuck all. And it doesn't have any navigation outside of ADF. I don't even know how to tune it in this thing. And my radio won't work with it. No autopilot, so you have to hand fly it and keep an eye on it, because if you let it go, it'll start drifting. So it's a little bit of a handful, but it's making some good money. I've been doing these short little hops. I'm coming down here to Lawrenceville because I want to do the there's a I gotta get my twin engine certification, and there's a plane here I can rent and get the cert in it. So because I'm starting to get some money stacked up now. I got 416,000. I think what I need to do to really make some money is get in a DC-3. It's like this plane I didn't buy, I'm just renting it. And I think it'd be the same thing probably if I get, like, I don't know, I'll have to see what the DC-3 rentals are. But then I'd get some range. Yeah, I know. But I was flying this earlier. I wasn't streaming it, but going up through Illinois, through some of the it's the area where I learned to fly. I learned to fly out of Terre Haute, Indiana, and so we flew over to Illinois a lot at those airports. And I was passing them up and crossing over and rehashing some old areas and stuff. And goddamn, Illinois is flat. There's not a lot of trees either. It's all like farm fields and shit out there in central Illinois. But because there's no navigational, I mean, I could go over here and use these gauges because they work. But You know, so you actually have to do the VFR navigation with the, you know, got the sky vector chart. Looking for my roads and my railroads and the towers, and correlating them on everything. So I'm like getting back into that habit of knowing where I'm at. You know, it's not just set the autopilot and watch the DME. You know, start paying attention when you're 20 miles out. What's SBAFUs? Oh, snafu. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. I've forgotten more than I remember. I'm sure. I mean, like, you know, the people scaring themselves. I need to drop this thing back. Get it trimmed up, hold power. Start dropping some flaps in here, get it slowed up. Oh yeah. Well shit, yeah, it's early for you. But thanks for stopping by all the same. Stats is looking like shit. Maybe I only got one person watching me. Maybe there is only one person in the world that is watching me, and it is you. Congratulations, you're famous. This thing is like, it's so slow. it's like, let's see what it looks like in American. So yeah, we're doing 78 knots here. It's like a fucking Goodyear blimp. Yeah, I slept in the afternoon. I had a kidney stone break loose on me weeks ago, and it finally decided to make the ride. Hopped out of hopped out of the kidney and started to slide when I was sleeping this afternoon, and it's getting down there towards my bladder. It was poking me a little while ago, but it settled back. It's a baby one. Passing kidney stones is my superpower. I've done it, you know, time and time again. Last one I had was a fucking planet with moons. This one is probably 3 to 4 millimeters, which would kill a normal man, but it's just like, no, it just feels like some indigestion for me. Like I said earlier about flying Microsoft Flight Simulator at night, the scary thing is if you go into an airport you haven't been into, you're not familiar with, you might get a tree at the end of the runway. So you kind of try and keep a little high on the approach. Watch for shadows. We're going to be good. Now if we can just arrest this descent here. Easy does it. Easy does it. Easy does it.
That was a harder landing than we like to see, pilot.
Yeah, I know. Think anything broke.
Contact ground for
It
your
might
parking
have.
assignment, then shut down your engine.
I might not get the money for this one, but we had to come here anyway. That was a really shitty landing. 195. Damn. Yeah, stone. Like I said, stones are my superpower. It's my deal with the devil, or the universe. I said if I could live to a ripe old age, keep my brain, and have no other health issues, I would gladly pass a kidney stone a year. I'd make that bargain. I think that was a taxi. Is this one? So hard to see at night.
Okay, pilot. Removing the fragile goods may take a little longer than normal. Stand by.
See if I broke anything. Oh, I luckily I landed at less than 200 feet per minute, so it was close though.
Transporter, the cargo has been delivered. Nice work. Have a nice day.
Sweet, I'm 433,000. Let's
Everything is on board.
see about. I don't know if you looked at this Neoflight. Have you looked at it at all? They've got besides, you got these jobs that you can take as you move up in. It's free. This part of it's free. There's some payware portions, like if you want to haul hazardous cargo, you got to have like a company, and to have a company, I think you have to. They want you to buy the whatever support thing or some shit. But it's got all the planes in your sim, payware planes and stuff too. You can import, but it has the jobs, different kind of jobs like plain cargo, fragile cargo, or sensitive cargo, time sensitive cargo. What's this one? Illicit cargo. Hazardous cargo, passengers, VIPs, VIP helicopter, photo tourists. I turn these off because I don't like those. That's one of the first missions you do. Secret passenger, emergency stuff. So some of the stuff may be disabled because of if you're not payware or whatever. You can buy airplanes depending on the where you're at. But in the airport there, they change. You have to shop around because the inventory changes and stuff. But you can purchase them or rent them. A bottle of whiskey a day for 25 years and still alive. Explain that. Jeans. What the fuck? Did I book it already? No, I didn't. There was one here at Lawrenceville. I'm gonna be pissed. Maybe I should have booked it ahead of time. Qualifications. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. It's here. What do I got to do? Oh, click it and then book it. Add the qualification aircraft to your hangar and add the select qualification to its job list. I need to take a break real quick. I'll go party. I need to take care of somebody too. So, yeah, well, that's the nice thing about this. This is just all your own, you know. It's not because I did the VA stuff too. This is just kind of nice because it gives me an extra, gives me something to work towards, you know, career type thing, which is what I like to do. If you don't like to do that, that's cool. But like I like to start off, you know, flying single engines and then work my way up and get, you know, work my way to the pay planes that I like to fly, sort of thing. It just puts a the onus. Let's see, oh yeah, here's my log. Let's see if it shows. Show where all I've flown so far. So yeah, here's every place I've flown around the Midwest. I've been to Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, West Virginia, maybe on the edge there, Illinois, and haven't been over to Missouri yet. All right, I'll be back a few. If you're still here, cool. If you're not, you go to bed. We'll catch you later. I may be a few minutes. Let's do this. And then let's do this. And then we'll mute the mic. Alrighty then. I had to heat some food up for somebody. Oh my goodness, where's my hat? Slumming it. Copy. Welcome to the greatest flight sim stream this side of the Arctic Circle. Let's see, which twin Cessna is that? Back. My hangar. Search. Lawrenceville. Add to the hangar. CGTER. All right, let's change airplanes. We can turn off the break time. Aircraft. What I want for Microsoft Flight Simulator is a favorites of airplanes. So I don't have to sort through the airplanes that I don't fly, the airplanes I don't want to fly, and I wonder if there's an add-on for that, but that's what I want. So what we got over here? Yeah, see, we got specifications, right? You got liveries, weight balance, all this stuff over here. Customization. Yeah, no, it's just for whatever plane you're in. So I want to have a favorites of my airplanes, so I don't have. Yes, welcome back to the Superior stream, the greatest flight simulation stream this side of the Arctic Circle. Okay, so we get this one. Let's see, liveries. CG, that's the one right there. And we're not at MTO anymore. We're at Lawrenceville. Right here's good. I have to pay attention. I think I'm going to turn the music off because they're going to talk to me. I had to listen up, pay attention. We want to get a good. What I didn't realize, like I need to redo my first qualification too because I only got like a 1 star. If you get the more stars you get, the higher your rating, the better your multipliers are. Let's go ahead. We're gonna make this morning time. Almost noon. That's what we're gonna do. I wonder if I need to take a look at this. What do we got up here? Fuck that guy. Engine covers, intake covers, torpedo covers. Old school. Oh shit! How do we push back? I didn't want to be. I want to be right up here against the pumps, man. I can't. Is it Shift P? Does that still work? Control P. How you fucking push back? You know what's the command to push back in Flight Simulator? I really have to do it. I can't remember what it is. Is it Shift period? Control period? Come on, man! I need some help. Is it up here somewhere? Ugh. The little lights are up underneath there. It's just obnoxious. God damn it. Push back. We got nothing. Keyboard. Other Shift P. All right. Maybe it didn't go because maybe I had the parking brake set. Maybe that's why it wouldn't go. Let's see. Parking brake. There we go. Let's see if my thing's working here. Okay, that's working. All right, that's coming off. Now let's try it. Shift P. Shift P. There we go. How to do the left shift. Does right shift work? It has to be the left shift P. The right shift P does not work for it. So I'm going to beat you. Okay. So, is this under job? How do I select it again? Freelance? No. Or is it under flight manager? Oh, do I have to select from my hangar maybe? Ah, there it is. There
First
we go.
step, start your engines according to the aircraft procedure.
Start your engines. All right, let's see. We got the twinsies here. Oh, let's pop that. Let's see. Fuel selector knobs. There we go. Let's get these. That's there. Those look good. Let's see. Bring these up. Is that fuel pump? I don't know. I'm gonna get that out of the way. What else we got in here? Fucking turn it all on, right? So which one's taxi light? Yeah, the collision light, leave that on. Taxi light, don't need that. Nav light, we'll take that. Strobe, we'll take that. Pitot heat. Turn the pitot off. That's nothing. So, crack 'em.
Now that the engine is running, taxi to the runway. Don't exceed 25 knots while taxiing.
25 knots. Haven't flown this plane in a while. Yeah, just put the props up there. Haven't flown this plane. And we're going to once at the runway, turn my landing lights on. It's getting complicated. Let's see. Let's extend these puppies.
Align with the runway and take off.
Check, see if the landing lights are on. See them on. They're extended, but they're not on. Check here. Okay, don't need a pitot heat on. Strobes on. Landing lights. Auxiliary pump. Gear set right. Surface de-ice prop, heat, pitot heat, avionics. I'm just gonna call that on maybe? I guess we're gonna go with it. Maybe it's on. Alrighty. Align with the runway and take off. going for 3 stars, kids. So here we go. She flies on her own.
We are now in the air. Remember that here at NeoFly, we have to take care of our cargo and passengers. Don't bank or pitch too much for the entire flight. Now, climb to 1,000 feet AGL.
1,000 feet AGL. I forgot to see how high we were beforehand. I don't know what the field elevation was. It's coming good. Let's bring these back a little bit. Only 500, so.
Now do a U-turn. Remember to watch your bank angle.
U-turn, huh? What the fuck's a U-turn? Alright, 20 degrees, right? We're gonna go standard rate. Stop climbing at 2,000. Climbing.
Now climb to 3,000 feet AGL. Maintain the same heading.
The fuck? How about MSL, motherfucker? I guess 3,500 is what we're going for.
Now, fly a complete circle and maintain the exact same altitude.
Alright, let's hold our altitude. Alright, there's our altitude. Here we go. Oof. Come on, get back down there. Halfway done. One more minute. focus. Don't let it get away from you.
Welcome to the collective.
Hey, who's that? Cessna 172, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the greatest flight sim stream this side of the Arctic Circle. Ah, you gotta concentrate. Okay. It's distracting. Oh, careful. We're doing a Neoflight certification for the twin engine, and I haven't flown this thing in a long time. All right. Almost there. Get back down. Get back down. I'll be able to read the chat here in a second. All right. All right. There we go. There we go. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. So you can start chirping at us here. Should start chirping.
Now go back to the departure airport. Align
Alright.
with the runway and do a touch and go.
Touch and
A
go.
landing vertical speed of more than minus 400 feet per minute will not allow you to pass the qualification.
Let's see what you say. Go to the airport and do a touch and go. Student pilot in Turkey. Got your privates? I got a private pilot certificate, but I haven't been current in decades. So I just do flight sim. I can't remember what she said about the landing rate for the touch and go. Basically, she wants it soft, I think. Well, the nice thing is you don't have to be able to speak fluent English. You just have to be able to speak pilot. So if you can speak and understand pilot, you know, you can technically do it, but you need to be fluent in pilot. See if this gear slows up a little bit. Get some flaps in there. Again, I haven't flown this plane in a while. Alright, there we go. Let's get that power back. Yeah, what Club Class said. Hang out with the English people. The key to air traffic and pilots is knowing what information the air traffic controller needs. So if you know wherever it is you're going to be flying, whether it's Europe or America or wherever, globally, I mean, there's some differences. But if you know what the controller wants and what the information he's looking for, then you can give it to him. And you need to know what information he's going to give you. Right, and be ready for it. I'm not Canadian. What the hell are you talking about? I see the bombs coming up. Airspeed runway, airspeed runway. Hold it. Floaty. Larry. Alright, there's the touch. Laps up. There's the go.
Well done. You can now fly a traffic pattern and do your final landing.
Oh, great. I'm just going to leave the gear down. Jamal 1. What's happening? Do whatever you want with it. Welcome to the greatest flight sim stream this side of the Arctic Circle. What? Oops. Watch your bank, buddy. She's probably still counting. She's probably still doing... what I'm doing, I'm doing a Neofly. I'm playing Neofly 4. I'm doing my twin Cessna certification. So, because I've been grinding the Neofly. I'm almost about a $500,000. Did I get both of them? Hey, this is the MilViz 310. It's a very good plane for Microsoft Flight Simulator if you don't have it. Actually, they're under Blackbird now. That's their name. I know they've had problems in the past, but it is one of the best aircraft. It's the best like twin payware plane for Microsoft Flight Simulator. You're just going to have to immerse yourself, man, if you can even understand me. Immersion. You're going to have to, you can do it. You can do anything you put your mind to. All you need is the right instructions, the right tools, and time. And you can do anything. Except being air traffic controller. There's some people that just can't do it. Never will. Let's bring it one notch. Club Class is right. Twitch, English Twitch channels. Sometimes people have them. Aren't there some with like subtitles and shit? I mean, even if it's in English. We're high. Second notch. Power all the way back. Here's down. There we go. She's coming down now. Look at that nose dip. You have to bring the power back in, dummy. There we go. Slow that descent rate. More power, slow that descent rate up. Looking for that 500 feet per minute. Just a little touch of trim. I'll give you the tour here in a minute after I land this place. Alright, here we go. We're going to do another beautiful landing. That's what we're shooting for. Another nice landing. A little wobbly out there. Power's off. And we're just going to hold it, hold it, hold it. Going for softies.
Well done. Now taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
Sorry, I'm getting slowed down before they violate me for taxiing too fast. Alright. No faster than 25 knots. See that wind off our nose there blowing the needle a little bit. Let's see what it looks like. So here's my battle station. Park over here. Parking brake. All right, see what happens. I gotta shut it down. Here we go.
Congratulations. You passed your qualification.
What I
Have
get?
a nice day.
What I get? What'd you give me? What'd you give me? What'd you give me? What'd you give me? Let's check our rating. 2 stars. I bet that's because my AGL altitudes were probably off. Because I didn't check and see what my AGL was. It looks like we're at 300. Although, let's see what the altimeter is, because I didn't check that. 3010. Yeah, we were off. So, 400. 400's the field elevation here. So, let me pull this one up here. I got another camera. It's the stack cam. There's my radio stack that I built. See, I got my transponder. It'll change that. Let's go back to here so you can see in the cockpit. And I can zoom in a little bit. And I will do the demonstration, right? So, got my transponder, right? So I can dial up. Got the, although it doesn't show on this one because it doesn't have a lever. But if I got VPilot on, this little switch here goes from standby to altitude. I got an ident button here to make it ident. Nav 1, Nav 2, Com 1, Com 2. Let's see if I got everything set up. I don't know if this plane's everything set up for it. I think it is. So if I'm on Com 1, if I want to listen to Com 2, I hit this. Did that come on? Yeah, it did. So it'll monitor COM2 while we transmit on this one. Over on VATSIM, if I want to swap, I press this up here, and that swaps us over to COM2. Shouldn't be on. Back to COM1. If, do we have a VOR nearby? I don't think we do. I wonder if I can dial in that NDB. If I, we got the monitors up here, so like the nav1 monitor, if I hit this, come on, there we go. Yeah, nav1, this should be on either. Marker, yeah. So, you know, if I dial in a VOR, I don't even know if I can pick it up. See, 113.3, it's probably too far away. If it picks it up, it's fucking Microsoft stupid. No. Oh, wait, we got one here on 2. Let's listen to that one. Is the volume up? Oh, we got a pull for ident on here. Press to interact. Hold the lock. Volume. I don't know, but on my other radios, if I dial up the you know, when I want to ID a VR or whatever, it'll come through the speakers and everything. So you hear that. We got DME over here for nav1, nav2. We got some autopilot functionality down here. If the aircraft is autopilot equipped, it's just made for generic. Here's the cool part. Let me get back over here. So I added some encoders down here at the bottom. Does that even show it up? Fuck, you can't even see it. I'm sorry. I didn't have it on. I'm such an idiot. There we go. Dummy. So what I was trying to show you earlier is I've got my comm board up here. So you got your like transmitting on your COM1, transmitting on your COM2, monitoring COM1 or monitoring COM2 while you're transmitting COM1. And then you've got I got your nav1, nav2, NDBs over here. There's like a marker or something else I've got here. I can't remember now. But this is your COM1, COM2, nav1, nav2, transponder, DME, the autopilot down here. These encoders I added. So if you look at the HSI in the middle there, and you can see the heading bug moving. So, and you'll see the heading bug also here digitized. But I've got it coded so I've got acceleration. So if I turn it at a relatively fast speed, it goes pretty quick. If I turn it slow, little singles, it'll go slow. If I go too fast, they'll start kind of skipping, and it slows down actually. So there's a sweet spot there of speed. Depends on airplane to airplane a lot of times. Same thing with the OBS knob. So you can dial that around pretty quick. And then let's see, push and turn. If I got a second one, we'll do that one. It's for dialing altitude. But yeah, so my radio stack, it uses Arduino, communicates with Microsoft Flight Simulator through FSU IPC script, Lewis script basically that's running. I got code on the Arduino I made, code on the Lewis script. They talk to each other. Down below here, we've got the MCP for 737. And it's not active right now. If I turn it on, it won't be unless I load up PMDG. It won't do anything for this aircraft. It's just programmed for the PMDG. Lua script, Lua. Do you know what FSU IPC is? This is FSU IPC. And then, let's see, where is my thingy dude here? So for, like, this is my Lewis script for this radio. So in FSU IPC, I run this script, and it does two things. It looks for inputs from the radio, and then it slings stuff back to the radio, to the Arduino. So it looks for inputs from the Arduino and does its startup stuff, right? And then it sits there and it waits. So one of the things it does is it just loops through, and it waits for things to come through. So if it says B02 come through, that's the autopilot on and off, right? It looks for these, because that's what this thing sends through. When it wants to send something back to the Arduino, down at the bottom, we've got events. So anytime something changes in the simulator, so like say the Colesman window, right? So here's the Colesman window. If now I've got the 3010 on a Colesman window, I can change it with this, right? When I turn this is not changing the digits on the Arduino. This is sending a signal to the simulator to change the altimeter, the Colesman on the altimeter window. So you can do it from here too, right? So if I actuate this up and down, it changes it here, or I can change it here. So the way these digits are getting updated is the simulator, the script in the simulator right here is it's monitoring this offset, and this is where the Colesman window number is stored. And it goes, if this changes, then go do this function, right? So then it comes up here and it goes to that function and it says, okay, here's the new value. Send it to the Arduino, and it'll send a precursor, like there's equals, A, and then it'll follow by the number. And then in my Arduino, I'll have a switch case in the Arduino script running, so it looks for an equals. It sees an equals. Oh, okay, we got one of those equals things coming. What's next? It's the A. Okay, well, what is the A? The A is this, and then or the little a, right? And it'll go, okay, well, that's the Colesman window if that's what it is. And it's like, okay, we need to change. What do we do with that? Well, it wants us to put those numbers in here, and that's what it'll do, and it'll keep those in there. Put them in a or whatever. Puts them, writes them into a variable, and then it keeps them, because I can turn this on and off, because I can switch back to the transponder functionality. I've got this function switch that when I switch it down, it changes the transponder into a Colesman window. It also changes the nav2 into an NDB, which is functioned by both of these to dial up all the things that can be dialed up on the ADF rather. Yeah, so the Arduino's, is USB connection, hooks up to the USB port, and you have to look that up and know what it is to put into the script, right? Because when I activate the script inside FSU IPC, I've got a special thing in FSU IPC where I've got basically a joystick button on another box that I press, and it'll load the script up. So when it does, it'll look, there's a file that I've got, stack.txt, and it's got that's where I store the COM port for that Arduino. And it once you have it set on your computer, it usually doesn't change. If I need to change it, I can go in there and change it manually. I used to have it on like the older like Prepared, which was based off of Flight Sim 10. I used to be able to change it. It would put a prompt up and say, hey, this we can't find the Arduino, what port number do you want? And then I can manually put it in, and it would remember it. So that was pretty cool. So FSU IPC, do you have it? Because you have to, it's FSU IPC is something that needs to be purchased. You You don't have to use FSU IPC if you know how to code like C++. I don't know if you can do it in C# or not, but if you know how to code in and access the the software development kit, for the SimConnect things, if you know how to access all the SimConnect variables and the commands and stuff in Flight Simulator, you don't need to use FSU IPC. You can just code it directly, and have that be your go-between. You just basically have to have a go-between between the Arduino and whatever. So, but FSU IPC it's been around a long time, going back to Flight Sim 98 maybe, at least 2004, probably Flight Sim 98. And then, so you can, like I said, you can do, the nice thing about FSU IPC was developed by Pete Dowson, and his son has taken over it because Pete's kind of retired from it. And so they've been keeping it up and updating it as Microsoft updates and everything. So it should still be around. It's been around a long time. So it should still be around for hopefully decades to come as far as the updates and everything with it. It's always dicey whenever you have to rely on a third-party software, to do what it is that you want to do. That's why I say, usually if I can do it without third-party, it's better. But FSU IPC, like I said, it's been around a long time. The hardest part of it was learning how to do the Lua scripting. If you don't know anything about Lua, when I started getting into it, when I first got into it, I used a program called, this was back 2013. There was a program called Link2FS that was made by some guy named Jim down in New Zealand. And he, it was pretty cool. It connected with through SimConnect and everything. And basically kind of did what same thing I'm doing, but he had to keep adding stuff to it. And, he was just a hobbyist, wasn't selling it or anything. And, but he kind of quit on the community. And then, so at that point, a lot of us who were learning at that point in time, learning how to make radios and stuff with Arduino and work with his software, had to go, basically through FSU IPC, Lua scripting or whatever. And once you get over the hump of learning a few things, and it becomes pretty easy. It's just copy, paste, rinse, repeat, change the variables. There's a few nuanced things. In Flight Simulator, probably I think to control things in Flight Simulator, there's a number of ways to do things. One is the main way things are changed in a Flight Simulator, the way a switch is thrown, something's done, is through a command. So there's this whole big list of commands. Actually, I probably still got them up. Let me look here, because I had them open the other day. Let's see, control list for Microsoft Flight Simulator build 999.txt. So like these are all the control commands, right? So some of them you can put parameters in, but if you do like in FSU IPC through Lua, that's a thing called IPC control, and you basically invoke whatever this number is. Sometimes they have a number parameter behind them that you can put in, but usually it's just like a toggle or a switch to turn something on or turn something off. And there's a shit ton of them. So that's the one way. That's the primary way to move things. The other way is if it's a payware airplane, the aircraft will have what's called Lua variables. Hold on a second. I gotta sneeze. A lot of payware planes, because they want to add new stuff to it, right? That's outside the box. Let's see. List LVARs. So in FSU IPC here, it just lists all the Lua variables. Of course, it had the AN-2, the Colt, because I had that loaded up a little bit ago. God damn it. Continue. It had the AN-2 up, some Sobo stuff. There we go. Cessna 310. So these are the variables for the Cessna 310 that I'm in. So this is another way you can change things. And you can also monitor these things to know what they are, what's going on with them. And if they're changing or whatever, so you can read them and you can also write to them. There's another thing that's called offsets, and that's what those are memory locations in Microsoft Flight Simulator that hold variables. And usually those are things that you would read to see if there's something you need to do with it. Some of those are writable, so you can actually change those and write to them, which is very powerful. Yeah, if you've never delved into any of that stuff before, there's a lot to it, but it's all about hang on a second. It's all about learn to crawl, right? Well, actually, first learn to sit up. Learn to sit up. Learn to crawl. Learn to walk. Learn to run. I tell you what's the most exciting thing, dude. What's really exciting. Oh, our battery ran dead. That's why it shut off. So, what's the coolest thing? I don't think it'll do it here. Yeah, because the battery's dead, so it's not receiving any. It won't change anything in the sim. It's sending dead stuff back. Unless it's mechanical. Anyway, so the first thing you learn to do, right? You learn the basics. You learn how to do some Arduino programming. You learn how to do some Lua coding. You get the Arduino and the Lua to talk to each other, and then you just make it do one thing. You just press a button and make the frequency swap from main to standby or standby to main, and you learn to do that. And you're like, oh, you got a wired setup. It's just a little board basically on your desk, and you're touching two wires together for a switch, and you hit it, and the thing in the simulator changes, and you're like, oh, and it just lights up all the neurons in your head, and you're like, I can do anything, and because once you do one button, it's just a matter of doing other buttons. You just have to learn how there's certain tricks to making buttons operate effectively with Arduino, with your momentary push buttons, your switches, and then your rotary encoders. And there's a thing called debounce that you have to worry about because switches can be noisy. So you can hit, if you don't have your debounce set up right, or you don't have good quiet switches, you can get a thing where you get basically a toggle, so it'll turn on, turn off when you press it once. So sometimes when you want something to come on, it'll go twice, but you can put a delay in there for reading the next one. But it's like I said, there's a bit to do about it. Hey, fluffy kittens! Welcome to the stream. Hello. My whole setup here is not just flight sim. I got flight sim over here on this side, right? Get this camera here. So I got my throttle quadrants down here. This table. I don't think that'll work. Oh, it does still work. Shouldn't. Let me show you this. This is one of the things I'm proud of. Stat cam. Come closer, please. Hello. Move it. Can you see it? There we go. See my trim wheel down here? It's powered. So I've also got this trim wheel here, but I don't use it. I rarely use it. If this fails, I'll go to this one. This is the one that came with the Alpha or the Bravo quadrant. But this table down here has I've got some switches under here, and these are my fuel. Here, let's see if we can see that. Let's see if I can get my head in here. Of course, you can't see that unless I switch it over here. So you see these fuel switches right here. If I turn these switches, these toggle levers down here, then I can select my fuel tanks. So I've got 2 of those set up, which works great for this twin Cessna. It also works great for the A2A Comanche, the other great aircraft, payload aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've also got, you can't see those button switches. I've got everything turning on and turning off. Let's go back to wide view. Here. I've also got a couple dials over here. These are, we got rudder trim here, so I can dial that left and right, and it's got a push button on it, so I can push it and it'll put it back to center. I got aileron trim here, left and right, push button, and it'll center it back up. So that's my little, and then I've got my parking brake here too, which if I push my toe brakes in, it releases it and lets it down, and then I pull it back up, and then it'll reset the parking brake in the simulator. Let's look at this. Let's show it. All right. So here's my parking brake, right? Let me zoom in here. Oops. So I got my toe brakes, right? And then here's the parking brake. So when I press the toe brakes, it'll release the parking brake and drop this. Actually, it drops this. The way this works is there's 2 solenoids underneath here and a washer. And there's a switch. And the washer, you pull the washer up and it hits the switch. The switch says, enable the parking brake. When I tap my toe brakes, it sends a signal to release the solenoids. It opens the solenoids up and it lets that washer drop down and it lets go the switch, which disengages the parking brake. Now let me tell you about the round robin here of this trim wheel. So I don't know which way to go better look at this. Maybe the wide view. Yeah. So this you want to talk about a round robin. So I have the trim buttons over here. I only use one because there's 2 for safety, but we're in a simulator, so yeah, wait, I'll show you. Where do you see the other side here on the desktop if you haven't seen it before? If you haven't seen the driving rig, I'm going to show that in a second. So the way this trim button works, right? I push it forward, it trims forward. I push it back, it trims back. Okay, you have seen it. Okay, great. Well, I have to show it to Fluffy Kittens then. So the way this works is when I press this button, there's no wires from this yoke that goes to the Arduino to control this. You could do that. I could wire it up and do all that stuff. But so the way it works is on the Arduino script. Let me move this over. Actually, it doesn't matter because you can't see it. Oh, you might be able to see it. It's on the screen there. In the Lewis script, actually, in the Lewis script that's running in the simulator under FSU IPC, it's monitoring this joystick, this yoke, for this button, and it's looking for, is it being pressed or is it not? This button is not hooked up to the simulator to where, like, normally you would have it hooked up to the simulator to trim up and trim down. The only way to activate, besides this wheel here, the only way to activate the trim in the simulator, unless you take your mouse and you move it manually, is to turn this wheel. You can turn this wheel with your hand, or you can turn it with the motor. There's a stepper motor in there. But we activate the stepper motor. Like I said, we press this button. We want to trim up. So it's monitoring, right? It's monitoring this button. It goes, hey, he wants to trim up. Drive the motor up. It sends back to the Arduino. The Arduino gets a message. It goes, you want the motor to drive it up? He goes, yeah, drive the motor up. So the Arduino goes, okay, we're going to run the motor to drive it up. So it starts turning it this way, right? On the other side of that motor, because the motor's got 2 shafts on it, it's got a shaft that goes all the way through it. On the other side, I've got an encoder hooked up to it. And that encoder is what sends back to the script that it's looking for the signal to trim the sim up, plane in the sim, trim it up or trim it down. That's why I can take my finger and do it manually, or I can drive it via the motor. So it's kind of goes to there, comes back to here, turns the motor, then goes back to there and says, hey, trim it up. So, Fluffy Kittens, you still here? Let's turn the stat cam off. Oh, we got a few more people in here too. Okay, so when I'm done flying and I wanted to go, you know what? I want to drive truck. I want to play truck sim. So what I do is I got this is my soundboard, right? So I can adjust the sound, game sounds, music sounds, and things like that. I slide this over like this, and then I wheel my chair over here, right? So I got my truck sim set up, and so I got my wheel, I got my shifter. This is a custom shifter that I got an actual Eaton Fuller shifter, and took the guts out, put some switches in it, and mounted it onto my shifter. Got some extra switches for like windshield, make the windows go up and down and things like that. And I've got an Arduino that runs it in this box, as well as I got some switches on the side of the wheel that I've got hooked up. So I've got turn signals, windshield wipers, lights, and things like that, horn. This is an aftermarket wheel. The original wheel was, it's a little go-kart wheel. So this is a 15-inch car wheel. But I can't drive with my monitors over there. This is no good. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. Wires got tangled when I did some reorganization the other day. So what we have here is a remote control, and we press the button and hold it, and then we bring our monitors over. Uh-oh, something fell off the back. So we have a stepper motor driver, another Arduino up underneath the desk, a power supply, 24-volt power supply. Let's see if it stops with the stop switch, hopefully. Yep. And it backs itself up a little bit. And I've got some dots that I look at, and I bring it back just a smidge and line those up. And then I've got it in front of me, and I'm ready to do the driving. Got my pedals up underneath here, too. This mouse over here. So the other toy I have, well, like I said, the turn signal switches and everything, those are run. You can see that little box with Arduino in there. I hook everything up usually using Cat 5 cable, because that way I can unplug it, take it all apart and everything. I cut parts out with a CNC machine. This box right here is a multifunction box. The original inspiration for this was to make a macro box for doing emotes in GTA 5. And so, like, you know, if you're going to make your character dance or wave high or whatever. I don't know if you ever played GTA 5. But a lot of people play GTA 5 roleplay. Yeah, it does kind of look like a calculator. It's got a 4-line screen here. So like if it'll do actions. So like if I want my character to sit in a chair, right? You can go up to the menu and go through, you know, like the wheel or whatever, the pull down or whatever. The other way to do it is you can hit T on the keyboard and it'll open up a little chat box and you type /E and then space sit chair. So it'll be the emote it'll do. And or I can just dial it up in here, save it to a button, and then I can press that and it'll send it and it closes the box up real quick. Opens it, sends it, closes it. But it's not only that though, right? So it can send those phrases, it can send individual keys, it can act as a joystick, a keyboard or a mouse if I want it to. I don't have it coded for any mouse stuff, but joystick and keyboards I do. So it'll send individual keys. And I've got some joystick buttons coded into it, and I can dial those up. And then I can save them. All these buttons are programmable, and I've got like 10 pages that I coded in, so I can page down and put all kinds of stuff in there. So if I got one character that likes a certain type of emotes, I can do that. If I got another character that wants another type of emotes or whatever, I can do that. I use the joystick buttons. I go down to like page 9, and then I've got joystick buttons in there that I can press. And so like to launch some of my scripts for FSU IPC, I've got those tied to those joystick buttons. I've got some of the buttons tied to joystick buttons programmed on here for in truck sim to like raise and lower the suspension and stuff like that. So, but this I made, let's see if you can see this. Let me go to the big me. Here's a stand for it. I cut the stuff I got a CNC machine. Slack. There. You can see what it looks like. And then the back side with the soldering and everything. And it's got two microcontrollers in there. An Arduino Mega, a little one, and then a Pro Micro. The Pro Micro does all the keyboard joystick stuff, but it didn't have enough memory to do the other things. So because there's an SD card in there to save to it, and let's go back to my view. The SD card can, like I said, save. I have to preload things on that SD card. So like all those emotes and everything, I've got files that I write those into, and that's why I scroll through and then I select them and then program them to buttons. And let's see if I got the light on in there. Then we can look at the laboratory. So this is the room. Where's it at? Back to the lab again. So this is the room where I make my shit. This is my CNC machine, vacuum system, ventilation system, workbench, things like that. And that's just in a closet on the other side. Sometimes I stream from there and do soldering and stuff. Yeah, is the button? We got to come back. Where are you? It did not. Well, this is the thing I always tell too, right? It looks like, oh my God, how much you spend on all that? It's usually the question I get. And the thing is it didn't all happen overnight. It's all been a progression. I didn't start with 4 monitors. It just, you get an idea for something, and then so usually I'll do a proof of concept. I'm all screwed up. Get back in there. So, usually I'll do a proof of concept of some sort, and then sit on it for a month or two before I build something. So I've got some other projects planned. I also make some push-to-talk foot pedals. So if you play first-person shooters or you like push-to-talk for Discord or something like that, I build these push-to-talk foot pedals, and they're hardware programmable. They don't require any software, so they can be any key on your keyboard. Essentially, they can be left, right, or middle mouse button, or they could be joystick button 1 to 32. So that should cover most applications. You just throw the dip switches on it, you set it on the ground, and stomp on it to talk. That's one of the projects I've been working on as of late. I've got another project that I want to do for flight sim. I've got screens for it. I've tested proof of concept with the screen, so I know it'll work with the by undocking the window. I don't know if you know this or not, but you can undock windows in Microsoft Flight Simulator, any of these digital windows. I can't remember what the command is. It's like left, right control or something. Or is it left control? Or is it alt? There it is. It's alt. So you can undock these. You can't see it. Well, I guess you can kind of see it. You can undock any of these digital windows. So you can drag them over to another monitor, and then you can do an alt enter on them and make them full screen. There you go. Go back to normal. So on the CPU processor, it's got its own Intel video chipset, and so I can take like a little 5-inch screen and I can plug into that via HDMI. And what I plan on doing is building a GNS 530 and put it right here next to my which you can't see because I'm making reference to not that one. Why do you get a GNS 530 basically mounted on the side of this radio, and then I'll have the screen there and then the buttons and switches on it. Have you tried to use multiple keyboards that do the same shit? This is a cordless keyboard, so I usually keep that over here, and then I've got over on that other side, I think you can see it, I've got my main keyboard over there. So usually if I'm playing first-person shooters, I'll sit over on that side. Sometimes I'll do this, have to put this in my lap, but I've got 2 mice here too. I mean, I can move this one around. This keyboard and mouse travels. I've got you can't see it, but up on the ceiling, I've got a I don't know, about a 6-foot USB cord that comes off my computer, and I hang it up on the ceiling for the signal. It's a Logitech for this keyboard and mouse, and this is just for the flight sim side of it. And so when I go over to the other room and I'm streaming, and I'm doing, I've got this, not that one. I've got this up, right? I'll make this full screen. Damn it. There it is. And I'll stream in here. You see that monitor that's on the left there. That monitor actually is hooked up to a splitter that my stream is on, so that I can still, with the keyboard and mouse over there, I can control everything on my stream. I can see chat and all that stuff. if I'm in there working. If I'm doing soldering or whatever, I'll do that stuff in there. Yeah, I mean, it gets kind of crazy. The reason I've got this T configuration with the big monitor down below and the 3 up above, there's a couple reasons for that. I've tried, back with 24-inch monitors, I've tried the span view and stuff, and I've done that back in the day with prepared, and it's all right. I prefer track IR, head tracker, just one monitor, because when I'm streaming, I've got all this other stuff up here. So like the monitor overhead, I usually have Sky Vector up because I'm running charts, where I'm looking my charts up. And then I usually have my stream chat up there too. And then so I can see that. And then I'll have my stream stuff over here, on the top right monitor, or music if I got that playing. And then like on the left monitor, I'm running, I'll have, if I'm on VATSIM, I'll have vPilot up. If I'm doing NeoFly, I'll have that up over there. So then I've got my main monitor here. But with the top configuration with the T up here, then this monitor doesn't get hidden by this radio because this radio is pretty tall. Eye level is right here. So if that monitor was down, it would be hidden behind here. I wouldn't be able to see it. The other reason is because my monitor stand is these are 27 inches up on the top, and you can't go any bigger than that. So, and I've got a 32 down here. I'm running one PC. My OBS is showing it's using about 7.4% right now, CPU utilization, which is a bit. I've got 2 sound cards. So I've got my sound setup is crazy. So I've got, I've got music I can play, right, with it only goes out on the stream. It doesn't get recorded to the VOD. With my volume over here, I can jack it up. It's all here on the control. I can take my game sounds up or bring them down, right? So I can balance all these out over here. And then I've also got another sound channel because I've got it going into USB into another mixer that comes into here, and that's the there's a USB mixer up underneath there. Anyway, so vPilot. So when pilots and controllers talk, sometimes if you've ever flown online, they can be really loud. Sometimes people have these just overpowered mics. So if I need to, I can reach my finger up here and I can turn that down, or I can turn it back up. And I can adjust it to get basically the sound right. And then that goes out. That one will go back out the main channel. But coming inbound, I have control of that. The KBD is doublets. Doubles? KBD. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I also got my mic on here too, so, but that's set it and forget it. I can mute it if I need to. And then I've got a jack for the guitar if I want to dial the guitar in and play. My system I'm running. Oh, the double keyboards. Yeah, they just do the same. They do the exact same thing, and double mice too. I mean, you can put a wireless. This keyboard, let me tell you, this is a Logitech, right? This is cheap. You can get these at you can get them online. Probably, I don't know what they're running right now, but I think when I bought them, this is the K360. It takes a couple AA batteries and it lasts forever. Logitech has their, what is their system called? Unify or something like that. It's just a little USB dongle. It's not Bluetooth. It's got a different type radio frequency to it, but it's very effective. and they work well. So this, like for a portable keyboard that you move around, anytime I get a laptop, I get one of these, and I usually get a mouse with it, a smaller mouse. And because I don't like being up on top of the laptop, and I got to have a mouse. But you know, it's kind of a chiclet keyboard, but I think they're about $20 or so, and or at least they used to be. And sometimes you get them with a mouse too. Yeah, that's well, like my little box over here on the pad. It can be. I had it coded in as a Stream Deck, or it's kind of can be kind of a Stream Deck as well. Um, the What's kind of disappointing is I don't think they have it in. Let me look. Let me bring this up here. Let's turn stat cam off. About wide view. Leave that up. In OBS, where's it at? Is it under settings? Hotkeys. Yeah, so under OBS hotkeys, because like the Stream Deck has their own proprietary plug-in thing that works with OBS. But like here with the hotkeys, you know, it has all your stuff. Anything you put in there, it puts us out here. So like, you know, this would be the start streaming stuff. This is all the stuff that would be on the far right. And then here's the different scenes. So we got like the big me scene. I've got the game PC scene. I've got the wide view scene. So if I want to switch between these, I can you know, select a key to do this. Now here's what's cool. And this is one of the things I do with a lot of the stuff that I build. So like my foot pedal, this little box over here, it can do keys that are you don't have on your keyboard, but they used to. So IBM keyboards used to have F keys, F1 through F24. So basically F13 through F24 is available. Your PC will recognize it in Windows. And you can send the signal to them. So that's what the Arduino Pro Micro can do. And so I'll use those higher F keys for a Stream Deck function. And I've done that before, but since I rebuilt this computer at the start of this year, I haven't gone in here and reprogrammed it and everything. But you know, so if I want to change scenes or whatever. Yeah, F13 through F24, and that's what my foot pedal that I make. The default on that is F13, and then if you want other things, you just toggle the switches. You have to look at the sheet and then toggle the switches. But yeah, so all this stuff. What's kind of cool is you can also do function keys, so you can do Control F13 through F24. You can do Alt F13 through F24, Shift, Control Shift, Alt Shift, Control Shift Alt, and do all those things. So it adds quite a bit, like 96 keys or some shit like that. It's crazy. 4 times 12, whatever that is. Let's say it'd be 48, right? Oh, but then you got the doubles up because you got 6 times 12 is what it gives you. Yes. Yeah. So think 12 keys and then times 6 combinations, because you get 1, 2, Shift, Control, Alt, says 1, 2, 3, and then Shift, Control, so that's 4. Shift, Alt is 5. Control, Alt is 6. Actually, is it 7? Because you have Control, Shift, Alt. So would that be 8? 8 combos. Perhaps. Yeah. And you can, the cool thing is you, like a little button box like I have, you can assign it to one button. Code it in, assign it to one button to go. Did you see my foot pedals? Did I show you any of those? I need it. I want that. I'll be right back. No, man, I don't look at any of this stuff. I got my own thing. You know I always build my own stuff. Let's see where we want to go. Back to YV, maybe? Or maybe here. Let's bring up StatCam. Let's make this so we can see. Nope. There we are. Stretchy. God damn it. That's already stretched. MSFS.com. So, I should show you my old one first. See what we can see here. So this is a pedal. Makes a clicky sound. So here's a pedal. This is the box that holds the Arduino. There's a USB C connector on that. And we take a 10-foot cable, right? It's got the little piece on one side. It's got the USB-A connector on the other side. Plug in your computer. The C connectors hold pretty well, and they're a lot more. They're better than the old Arduino Pro Micros used to have those little crap connectors. These are a lot better. So what I've done is I've designed a box to hold it. Hold the wire with an S turn in there so that it can't pull out, right? It's got a plexiglass top that sits inside. It's screwed in, and it's nice and pretty. And then we got a little door here, right? A little window. And we slide that open, and then we can see the dip switches. And with them all off, that's F13. If I start up over here and put this one up, it's binary, right? So I put this one up, then it's F14. Pull that one down, put the next one up, then it's F15. Put the two to the right up, it's F16. It goes across. And then I go across the keyboard and back and forth. I've got a cheat sheet for it. So if you whatever you want, you can put in here. If you want a joystick button, it's in here. If you want a mouse button, whatever, it's in here. But the default is F13 for this. This little door here, I was just going to have a hole in it, right? But I thought this thing sits on the floor because this is only This cord's only about 3 feet long. So, but the USB cord is 10 foot long. So you just toss this on the floor, right, anywhere, and then the 10-foot USB can basically reach to the moon and back. What's cool about this little door, right? So I was just going to have an opening, a little window, and but being on the floor is going to get dirt and hair and all kinds of shit up in there, right? So I'm like, I need a door. So I came up with this door design. I don't know if you can hear or not. Listen for the click. There we go. There it is. I'm gonna click. There it is. So I've got a little ball bearing in here. What I did is basically I drilled a hole in it. Actually, it's milled in because I use a CNC machine to cut these out. And in that hole, I put a 1 centimeter spring and a 3.5 millimeter ball bearing. And in the door, it's got a little divot, so it holds it shut until you add enough pressure to it to slide it open. And then it clicks shut and it stays shut. Now you see this backside, it's blank. There's nothing on here. This thing hasn't been stained or nothing. This is my prototype, right, that I've done. Now I'm gonna make these for some buddies and for some friends and stuff, and I might make them for other people too. But they're not gonna be cheap. They're not gonna be extremely expensive, but they're not gonna be cheap. But here's what I'm doing for him, right? He goes on Twitch. He goes by Yard of Bricks. So I've taken his, I V-carved it, and then I put, I used a Sharpie in the V-carve to highlight it. And then on this side, this is where the guts will go, the Arduino, the switches, the little spring, the wire, and all that stuff will go in here, and then it'll have a top to it. But it's not done yet, right? Because this hasn't, I'm still experimenting with a lot of this stuff. So this doesn't have the clear coat yet. This is what it looks like with the clear coat on it. This is a junk piece that I had left over, and I was, like I said, I've been experimenting with finish and stuff. But with that clear coat, it makes it pop. Do I post my projects online? I kind of used to. I mean, I'll do when I'm on Twitch. I will like if I'm doing it, like I've got enough to make 10 or 12 of these things, and so when it comes time to do the soldering for the pedals and the dip switches and everything, I'm going to do that all basically in one sitting. And so I'll set up in the laboratory over there, and I'll do the stream, and so it'll be streamed. And then I usually take, a lot of times I'll dump my streams, although it might be hours of garbage of total boredom, but I do dump most of my streams over to YouTube, same name. So I mean, you can go look at it if you want to, but there's not a lot to see there. You can see me play, truck sim. You can see me play flight sim. You can see me just old streams. Stream names will be the names of the titles will be the same format that I got here, where I put the date, because it's just dumped over, so it's just preserved for posterity. But anyway, if I do build stuff, I usually stream those as well. But like I said, they can be hours of boredom. If I've got people in talking like this, it can be fun. I try and talk when I do things, but they're not every stream is a well, thank you. Holy cow. Hey, isn't that supposed to show something there? Did I not change that? I thought I had a different thing for that. That was strange. All right. Let's see. Stat cam. Let's turn that off. Oh, did you see it? Okay. I missed it. I didn't see it on mine. Well, I mean, did it, maybe it was in the corner. It might have been underneath. I just heard the tink, but I didn't hear the or I mean I heard the blink blink, but I didn't hear the tink 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 tink, which I usually do. So I don't know. Streaming for a while. Been talking a lot. Yeah, so it does that with the diamonds, and I see that. Hype train. Thank you. Holy shit! Now Club Class is getting in on it. They're stacking up now. Let me see something. Let me check something because I thought it was supposed to do something different. Was it Streamlabs, right? Let me see if I can get it to go. Log in. Use Twitch. All right. Widgets. I thought, because that's the alert box, right? Unless they changed it. They may have. I wonder if they got rid of my thing that I had in there. Test bits.
Ting, 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 ting,
See, that's what's supposed to happen. Did you see that with the monkey?
Oh, you like subs? I like subs. Subs are cool.
Oh, fucking Barney. Goddamn, thanks, dude.
I said, there's Melvin. He's talking. I like subs.
Oh, so you didn't see the monkey. That's Oh, you did. Okay, Jamal, I missed that. You did the thanks for the tier 1 sub there. Okay, you did see the monkey. Okay. Yeah. The Club Class, thank you. I don't know why it's not working. I wonder what happened there. Unless maybe I need to redo the bits. Let's see. Bits. It's a battle. Who can be on top?
Oh, you like subs? I like subs. Subs are cool.
God damn it, guys. Thanks, dude.
See you here, Melvin. That one works.
So I think I even my raid, like, so like here's I'm gonna test raid.
Oh my goodness. It's a raid.
So that one works. But my bits doesn't work. Right. And I don't know why. If I do test bits.
Ting, 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 ting.
Let me copy the link for that and try and reset it. If I can figure out how to do it. Well, no, because that is under there. That's the widget. Copy. Don't paste it in the stream. And then we go to alert box, right? And we go to properties. And let's go paste it in. And then hit OK. And then
Ting, 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 ting.
that's my testy. Boy, wouldn't that be something? 10,000 freaking bits.
That's never gonna happen, loser. It's a rain of Melvins. That's Melvin. Melvin Spitzner.
I wonder if I have that other one. I want to see what that looked like. I was trying something else. Let's see what this looks like. Wir German. Hello. Welcome to the stream. It's Florian. My name is Florian. Florian Klaus. It's one of my RP characters. All right. Well, we've shown all the toys. The question is, do we make another flight? I might need a snack. Let's see, what time is it? How long? It's been 3 hours. Anybody need a snack? Yeah, weekend, let's get drunk. Hey, you know what today is, right? You know what today is? Here we go, because it's in my title, right? You know what my title's all about? April 26, 1992. Here it comes. Rodney King. Lining up good. I was just starting my career. You're fake news. $424. Sun'll be coming up. For too long. I got a hot train in Moat. Thank you, folks. That shit happened, man. It was 92. There was no internet. Am I on the runway? I'm supposed to be on the runway, dummy. Watch the windsock. Yeah, Bush Senior. And actually that's when 92, that was when Clinton got in, actually. Because he was 88. It would have been 88 to 92. Or whatever it is. Was it, or is it 89 to 93? When the fucking date is? Yeah, because it'd be sworn in. They're sworn in on the, because this is 24. So yeah, it would have been Bush. And then Clinton would have won that election that November. The election is in an even year. So like this year's an election year, but they're sworn in on the following year. So Clinton was elected in 92 and then sworn in January of 93. I guess this is ramp space here. There we go. Maybe I will make it daytime. Oh, look there. We are, let's see, it's 4:30, 4:28. Oh, here, real time. I'm gonna vote for whoever Taylor Swift tells me to vote for, man. Her that's that song of hers, man. Got a little bit of Cranberry vibe to it. Doesn't matter who I vote for. I live in a red state. Let's see, jobs. Here we are. Ooh, that's another short one. 25 grand. Ooh, that's a short one. Shit, that's a lot of money for that one. Time sensitive. Ooh, I don't know if I can pack that in the plane though. 44. Man, I think I need something to eat. Oh, you're that far in the future, are you? You're 11:30. Are you UK time? Well, that's bright. God damn, that blind me. Are you German? Are you France? We are German? It feels like it's burning my retinas out when I look at that. Welcome in. Welcome. My name is Florian Klaus. I am from Günzburg, Germany. I am here visiting. Dead tree stump. But I don't want to talk about politics. Should I go? Let's see. Gonna make real quick. Do you guys want to go cook? No, we're not gonna fucking do religion either. There's only one true religion, and that's the one that won't allow me to shave my beard. I wonder if that would work. Yeah, it might be too sketchy to try. So I could go get a bagel, or I could go make a couple of eggs. (4:30 a.m.) They're grocery store bagels. Pop them in a toaster, slap a little butter on them. Bagel and a coffee. Actually, I'll be right back. I just put a bagel in. I'll be back in a few. Thanks for hanging around. Sorry about that. I had to make a coffee too. Decided to go with the bagel and coffee. No, you welcome back. You're welcome back. We got to figure out what we're going to do, where we're going to fly. We got to figure out what our game plan is here.
I said it's not a game. It does not say game. It's flight simulator. It does not say game on the box.
I ate some more bagel. Typically I don't fly multiplayer. The Microsoft, unless I got on VATSIM or something, but like the Microsoft, it seems like the music keeps getting louder and louder. I don't know how much I turn it down. I'm not a fan of the Microsoft method of multiplayer by itself. But I do like, like if we're on VATSIM or something, talking on radio. But I don't know that I want to do that right now. But appreciate the offer. Not like we couldn't at some point. Yeah, what I don't like about it, and this is, it's fine. People are the way they are. People like what they like. But I'm a little bit of a snob on this. I mean, there's probably a way to turn it off too, but I haven't done it. If I fly multiplayer online, I'm usually doing it on VATSIM. Like I said, you can fly multiple people on VATSIM, fly and flight together, follow each other, that sort of thing, and do that stuff. The only problem is if a ATC shows up, then you got to play by the rules, let them know you're in a flight and that sort of thing. What I don't like about the multiplayer is like the big giant 720 or 640 or 640 by 480 tags on people, that show them, which, I mean, it helps you find them and see them and stuff, but which can be beneficial depending on what you're doing. Again, depending on what you're doing. But it bugs me. It just bothers me. I don't, the old Prepared and Microsoft Flight Sim 10 and stuff, they had the smaller, you can make it smaller, or it was smaller. Yeah, you can turn the tags off. All right. What annoys me, what I really hope, because I was a Prepared person, right? And it took them forever to get 2020 into the state that it's in now. When they first released it, it was not ready to be released. It wasn't even a beta product. It was an alpha product. And they pushed it out the door, with what you got. I mean, they still have things that all other simulators have that they don't have, that we have to go to third party to get it. Granted, it's free and it's great. When what I'm talking about is, especially in the VFR realm, is the towers and obstructions. That was one of the first things I noticed. Is like, that is so easy to put in. There's a database in the world of it. They've got the objects. All you have to do is populate it, and they didn't do that. They have all their, I mean, granted, they've got 10,000 corners to clean, I'm sure, of all these things with the photogrammetry and this, that, and the other, and their game plan to go out. But the obstruction towers, the lack of them, that was one of the first things I noticed when I took off, because we've got some tower farms around. where we got some antenna farms to the south. We got some big antennas to the east from our airport where I took off. I'm like, where are they? And you fly over them, you can see them on the ground, the photo image. There's no tower. I'm like, what the hell? That was a big disappointment. Because you use those for navigation, VFR navigation. And the reason why I say it was an alpha product and not a beta, because every update they broke everything. When the first add-ons, the first guys that pushed it to get their products out the door, Marx or Osobo kept breaking it every time they would do an update. Yeah, that too, Clubhouse. I hope that the other problem that I think, and people have argued against it, but it's just what I believe. I think the overall quote unquote simulation suffered because they put so much work into Xbox, and that's why the interface isn't so great. Because, if we make the menus for Xbox, it'll work for. Of course, I haven't played on Xbox, so I don't know if it's the same or not. But it just seems kind of derpy that way. What about hardcore mode? If you got collisions on, can they still hit you? I needed this. Do you guys fly on VATSIM? Jamal and Fluffy Kittens? Do you guys happen to see the, if you do, did you happen to see the, across the pond? Oh, it can be intimidating. It's, I get you. I mean, I was a real world air traffic controller. I'm retired now. And, first time getting on there, even, I was a private pilot. You get the pucker factor up in there, especially even now, if I was to fly, if I'm flying a GA plane, I'm pretty confident because things don't happen too fast. But if I'm going in, even IFR or whatever, if I'm in a GA plane, I'm pretty confident I can handle whatever they got. But like PMDG 737, I wouldn't fly that into a busy place. I might go out and do pattern work or something, with a controller, with a tower controller on. I get it. Understandable. I'll give you some pointers in a minute. An easy way to touch the water. Especially in the U.S. I don't know any of the, other than the IKO type stuff. I don't know any of the European rules or things. They kind of frown on that. Now, I know if you fly like in your native country, a lot of times those controllers will speak your native language to you. Trying to eat. Sitting in this stupid plane. What happens when the American shows up? Bitter. I need all instructions in binary. Ein. Now it's time for my coffee. How do Europeans like your coffee? Is it with tea in it and throw the coffee out? I like my coffee black with a tablespoon of sugar. Mm. So, I don't know if, because again, I'm not familiar with the European rules of flying. Maybe you know. I don't know. Can you fly VFR, visual flight rules, in Europe and specifically in Germany? That's where you don't have an instrument flight plan. You can't fly in clouds. You know. So if they allow, and even if they don't allow VFR, you can do this on the U.S. side if you want to. If you come over and log on VATSIM. But here's one of the things that I recommend to people, like if they don't know language, because regardless of the language you speak, now granted, aviation international language is English, right? That's what the treaties have determined. But regardless of what your native language is, you know, some people, I used to say this, again, I'm a retired controller, and we'd have some foreign pilots come in. And when I talk about them, it's like, look, they get their primary language, English is their second language, and pilot is their third language, you know. So even if you can't speak English, if you can speak pilot and you can understand the pilot, so if you can understand the commands and you know the responses to give, then you can still communicate. But one of the things I'll recommend people do when they just want to get on VATSIM and they want to, or they think they want to try it out, or they have a curiosity about it, I tell them to go someplace where, and there's different places online where you can see the different facilities that are up and running. And you go, you find a little airport, an uncontrolled airport that's near a controlled airport. I mean, you can actually even sit on the controlled airport and just not do anything. But you go out in your plane, you start it up, you just sit there on the ramp, and then you take your radio, right, and you dial up the frequency, and you listen to it. You listen to the pilots talk to the controller, and you listen to the controller. The biggest thing is in pilot controller communication. The fastest way to get good at it and to not be afraid of it is to know what is required. So as an air traffic controller, they have certain requirements that they have to meet in processing each airplane. So it depends on whether you're in the sky flying through, or if you're starting on the ground, or you're inbound to land, whatever. They have certain requirements. So like departing out of an airport, if you're on a controlled airport, and you're just going to leave VFR, you're not even going to be on an instrument flight plan. You know, they're going to give you, they need to know that you have the weather. That's one of their requirements. And you need to know that too, that hey, let them know that you got the ATIS information of the weather, right? And that tells them what's going on at the airport. On the ATIS information, it's going to tell what runway they're departing generally or whatever, if they've got that up. So you can expect where they're probably going to taxi you to, one of a couple different runways. They're going to want to know your call sign, where you're at on the ramp, that sort of thing, what it is you want to do. So if you just want to depart to the north or whatever, they need to know from you what your call sign is, your aircraft type, where you want to go, and that you have the weather. And then the other side of that is knowing what they're going to give back to you so you can write it down. If you're IFR, it's one thing. If you're VFR, it's another. If you're VFR, they're going to give you an altitude to stay at or below, VFR altitude. And they're going to give you a squawk code that you're going to put in your transponder. And so you need to, have your pencil ready to write that down so that you can read it back to them. And they're going to want to read back to make sure you got it right. Having an airport diagram up and to look over before you taxi and all that is good too. But again, to really get started, don't do anything. Don't try and fly. Don't try and communicate with controllers. Just log in, sit at an airport where there's some controllers working, and listen and see how it goes. And that can kind of give you, you can kind of learn some of the lingos and what's going on there. In the U.S., one of the things you can do if you stay outside of controlled airspace, Class Bravo and Class Charlie airspace, if you're flying in the United States and you know how to stay out of, like, say, Class Charlie, Class Bravo, and even Class Delta airspace, just flying out of uncontrolled field, you can get on, fly around on Unicom. You don't have to talk to any controllers, but you can dial them up and you can listen to them. Maybe you got the Unicom frequency up for your local airport, and then you can dial up the controller frequency on the other one, just monitor it and listen to them, and you can actually fly around. Let's find a job. What we're going to do. Let's see. We got a very short flight. That's a lot of money for a short flight. Again, though, that was 4,400 pounds. We might be able to do that. Let's try it. We only got to fly 22 miles. What could go wrong? We just go up there on fumes. Let's see if we can load the plane up. Job at it.
Pilot from dispatch. We have more mail packs that need to be delivered. The deadline is tight, but I'm sure you have what it takes.
Yeah, if I can get it. Even if I can't get it worked
Transporter.
out.
Loading
just get
has
extra
started.
points.
Stand by.
I'd like to get it up and running right. SIV. So we're going from Lawrenceville. Oops.
Transporter from dispatch. The cargo is on board. You are cleared to taxi to the runway and take off.
There we go. All right, poundage 4410. I got to pull up my calculator here. And we'll look at this. 4410 minus 190 equals that divided by 4. So we'll put 1055 in the seats behind us. See what happens. Yeah, we know. That's a lot of pounds. And then we go 0, 0, 0, 0. All right, let's start dumping fuel off. Oof. 13% fuel. All right. That's where we're going. I didn't have it sync the fuel. I don't have it set up to sync. So oh shit. I ran the battery dead. Sitting here talking. Where's that aux power at? Way to go, dummy. Sitting here talking. Let's see. Might have to reload the plane. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't trust it. Let's see. Transponder power. Let's see. Radio power. Okay, brakes. Come on, I have to. Can I do it up here? Man, it's going to change. I think it's going to change this stupid. I'm going to have to reload that shit again. I need to program a button to recharge the fucking battery. Fuck me. No, dummy. Okay. 13%. This is going to be a scary flight. All right. All right. Let's see. Get that up. That's up. Fuel valve on. Fuel tanks both. Hide that. Crack that. Oh, it did start up. Okay. Come off. There we go. All right, let's see lights. Let's get all this shit on. Panel lights, there we go. Not the NFR. Let's turn that on. Turn that on. There we go. Go UV. Make it disco. Ah, there's the movable light. Disco. Alrighty. And we are flying a heading of 023 for 22 miles. Going up to Sullivan. It's not that far. Yes, you can paint your nails. God damn it, I thought I turned that light off. Maybe it's the cabin lights? How do you turn that light off? Yeah, I need some sunglasses. We're departing runway 9er. Runway 9er. German for no. And our Russian crate. Shit, did that activate? I think this flight got borked. Usually it tells you. Well, maybe it's not. Show me airborne. I'm probably gonna have to do it again. God damn it. 5:36. So I got 15 minutes to get it there. Let's firewall this bubby. I think it's our airport out there flashing. Let's see if we can find that fucking light switch. Oh, that's it. You shut that off and it turns on, you're over. Ah, there we go. No sleep till Brooklyn, yo. Whoa, 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 whoa. They have a version of this, although it's not. So on the rentals, right? Well, you know, if you play, if you do Neofly, you know, it'll pick the style of the aircraft. So there is a version of this Antonov that has a GNS 530. .36. I got 10 minutes to get there and get on the ground. I said I'm halfway thinking this isn't going to work because I had to reload the aircraft. Wasted time doing that too. That cost me a few minutes. It's not my plane. Let's see what our real speed is. 100 knots. Well, we should be 6 minutes out. So if we're halfway there, 10 miles at 100 knots, that's 6 minutes. And we got 10 minutes to get there from current time. Actually, 36. No, we don't. No, wait, we got more than that. 26. No, 16 to 26. That would be 10. Yeah, we got 8 minutes to get there. And it should take us 6 minutes. If we don't slow down, it should take us 6 minutes to get there. So we're gonna have to keep the speed up and then cut it at the last. Well, can you tell me what speed I'm going? 20 kilopascals. I don't know what the fuck that is. We're flying a Russian plane. Let's I like dance music. So let's see if we can find some. Let's see. What was it? Stealth cargo. It's like that place is getting further away. Most people have better national anthems in the U.S. There was talk about trying to get the national anthem changed to like America the Beautiful. Stand up! We're powering downhill. What time is it? 22. We're doing pretty good. Oh, I guess we had till 36, didn't we? Oh shit, we got lots of time. I was 10 minutes off. Hope this is the right airport. There are no words. Sergey Rachmaninoff. Hate that. Try to scroll elsewhere and Flight Simulator hangs on to it. What's this one? Shit, the flight's gonna be over, man. It's cold in them fucking Russian winters. I think we have a crosswind. We're multitasking here. Oh, she didn't say anything. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. It didn't take. Damn it. I knew it. I knew it busted it. Okay. Half the German anthem. It's racist. Well, damn it. We're going to have to redo this. So, we're going to have to cancel the flight. Did you stop already? Let's see what happens if I shut her off. Well, how do I cancel it? Oh, there it is. There's the shit can. Now that's reset fly log. Exit. Pathetic. Let's reset ourselves. I knew it wasn't going to work. All right. Let's do that. Understood. I am tired of this music. It makes me want to go flog myself until climax. Speak in Russian. Nine. Now I'm on a list because I'm like listening to Russian shit. Where's the canceller at? All right, I'm in that plane. Ah, there it is. Is it? Or is it this one? There it is. Is that it?
Pilots, stand by. The cargo is being removed.
Well, you bastards never saw it. I get gigged. Do you suppose there are spiders in here?
You can start your engine now.
You start your engine. All right, let's find a new one. Let's find a new one. We want a lot of money and not a lot of place to go. Not a far distance. Oh, look, there it is again. 29,000. So let's try it again. Here we go. Job added.
Transporter, you must deliver this package before the deadline. The earlier, the better.
2937. So we're going to do this one again. So here we go.
Aircrew, we will load the time deliveries as fast as we can to get you on your way.
Just trying to get the extra stuff. Minus 190. Divided by 4.
Okay, pilot. The mail packs are good to go.
687.
By my calculations, you should just make it on time.
By your calculations. 687. $687. Why does it keep throwing a 0 in there? That's stupid Microsoft. Stupid Asobo. Love doing the same flight twice, don't you? All right, kids. Missing payload, no bonus XP. What we got? Oh, that says 4410. God damn it. 4410 divided by 4. 1102. We'll make it 1103. Oh, you piece of shit. I'm floundering. There we go. Now we got it. And we just need to dump some fuel. Back down to 13. We can't fly with that. All right, we're just not going to get the points for that. we're just going to take the 0 on the XP. We're going for the money. Fuck the XP. Hey, I said 0. 0. There we go. All right. Yeah, we'll thin her out. All right. Let's see. That's up. That's up. Go ahead and throw that up. Throw that there. There we go. That's there. Let's center our face. My face isn't centered. I wonder if I hit something before and it changed my position. Oh, I bet it was. I bet it was that number pad. I don't know. Like I said, I'm floundering, guys.
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
All right, we've already done this flight once, so let's do it again. It's only 22 miles. I like these overhang windows. See, that's messed up. What did I was typing something and I jacked up my position. Camera. How did it get screwed up? I mean, I had to like come over here, recenter it back like this. Worst pilot ever tonight. God damn it. All these interface problems. Oh, I think the time reset itself too. We're all over the place. This is the worst. We should have hung up and quit. All right. She flies on her own.
Transporter, have a nice flight.
shit. Come back. I don't know what I did to jack up my camera position. I think it might have been on the number pad. Oh shit, I'm way off course. Had my head down. I don't know what the hell I did. It's got to be a camera setup. That's skewed to the right. All right, Dan. Wrong airport. Airport's over here. Let me look at the track IR. What was showing there? So that's centered there. So it's not the track IR. It's where it's centering my face, where my head in the simulator. I don't know how the fuck I changed it. Had to be something with head view. But VFR map's a cheater. Look at that moving map. What a cheat.
So we don't use that. We look out the window and we use our sky vector. We don't have, well, if we really get lost, we look at our Neofly map.
Okay. Oh. Ah, F. Does that cycle through it? No, but F brings you back to where you're supposed to be. Is there a clock in here? All right, I feel like we're back in control. Back in control again. You know what we need to do? You know what we need to do? It's time to taste rainbow. That just a couple skills. Plane has no autopilot. Therefore, it is a challenge. Watch my altitude. All right, we'll try and do a better job landing. I need to see what the God, I'm really thinking about buying that Electra. 39 bucks. For something with readable instruments. Fluffy little kittens is back. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Aloha. It's certified. We had some of these AN-2s. They brought in the United States. One person had one that they took. This was years ago. Back around 2000, 97, 98, 99, somewhere in there. And after Russia opened up. And the FAA wouldn't certify them for like, I mean, they're good haulers. The FAA wouldn't allow them. They only allowed them for like air shows and stuff. I knew of a guy that had one in the city that I used to live in, and he could take it to air shows, and that was about it. I think he had to, anytime he did anything with it, he had to tell the FAA about it. FAA is the Federal Aviation Administration, the governing body of all things aviation in the United States. Okay, we got a bit of a crosswind, so we're going to try and do better this time. Turn the music down just a little bit. Our glide looks good, but this crab is going to be, might be tricky here. Go down here. All right, let's pull that power. Left rudder. Right aileron. Settle.
That wasn't the softest landing I've seen.
No, it wasn't.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi
See that
to
windsock?
parking.
I'm still holding it off. Still flying the plane. Trying to get her slowed up. I'm still under 200. Barely. 193. I think it's time we fly in the daytime. Did you get the, do you use the pay version or the free version? They got those, on the pay version, they have those hazardous cargo that are pay mighty big amounts. Easy. Easy.
Okay, pilot. The cargo will be removed as quickly as possible.
If you would, please. I used to do FS economy back in the day, but
Transporter from dispatch. Everything seems okay. The customer looks happy.
Neo
Mission ended.
Neofly reminds me of FS passengers.
You
from
are
back in the
clear
day.
to start your engine.
So it's got that kind of feel to it to me, so that's why I'm kind of partial to it. And since I've dug into it, I'm not paying for it yet. I don't know if I will, but I'm kind of into the career climb sort of thing. When was the last time you played Neofly? Because they got version 4 now, and I did it version 3 for a while. Yeah. I don't know, how much is it anyway? Let's see what the cart is. The cart, register. Oh, you can register. You get the campaigns. Michael dispatch sounds. Well, it doesn't say. How much is it? I mean, if it's a one-time thing. Damn, I got some money. Let me see the information box. Enter the mail and key you received. You bought the bundle. Well, let's look it up on the website. Neofly 4. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, if it's not recurring payment, you know, if it's like an airplane add-on, I might consider it. That's why I've been kind of digging into it just to see how far I want to go. Wonder how long it'll be before they slam the door shut and they go, now if you want to do anything above a cargo box, you gotta pay. Become a Patreon. No. 20 euros, Neofly 4 bundle. Get all Neofly 4 add-ons, pilots, airline, Cleopatra. Pilot and airline add-ons will upgrade your pilot from career to company profile, giving you 1 free plane, 10,000 to invest. Free first manager, 5,000 to rent your first hub. New access to hazardous jobs. Access to 3D cargo, Microsoft Flight Simulator objects. Yeah, that's kind of cool. 20 euros. If you just want the pilots, it's 10 euros. Airline is 10 euros. Mail dispatcher voice, Michael, is 10 euros. Cleopatra campaign is 5 euros. So yeah, the bundle's the way to go. That is if it's a one-time thing. Yeah, like I said, I got out of FS Economy a long time ago, and I don't know if they've improved it much. What they've done to it since. It's been a while. Let's change this time of day here. Oh, look, it's morning. Real time. This is the actual time of day in the longitude that I'm at. I'm real close to this. Actually, I'm probably in the same longitude. Same time zone. This is actually north. This is about 60, 70 miles north of where I actually live. So I was looking at the cargo aspect of this, the trading, you know, the buying. Here, let's bring this down. The buying, selling, and trading. Let's see. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't got into it. So, like, they're selling fish. So it's time sensitive. Weight 110. Is that per unit? And they've got 70 of them. And then like this airport here is buying him, so it's like a $521 per unit, which I could probably only carry. If it's 110, you'll probably carry 40 units. So 40 times 521 be about 20 grand. Illicit cargo. Digital mic. Actually, we're on a prop plane, a shitty Russian prop plane that's got crappy instruments that you can't read and no autopilot. Should probably start it back up so I don't lose.
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
Big money, no whammies. What about VIP? Can it be VIPs? There are no VIPs. These guys are chumps. All right, so what is this one? That's the illicit cargo. These are the things I can't do because you got to have company mode. I have to spend some money to do that. So the time cargo and the sensitive cargo is where the money is for the short haul. That's 11 miles. That's just like up and down. Uh, 30,000. That's a north-south runway too, so that's going to be. We took this one to 4155. I don't think we can carry that much weight. Suppose we could dump the weight down. That's probably what our problem is. Yeah, it does. That's what I was saying. It's especially these little short flights. We take a 11 miles for an up and down. So let's look at my log here. Wait. Let's look at the money log. Do we have a range here? What do we got? Last day, last week? Last month? All? I guess that's everything. Well, this is the last yesterday and today. What's this? Balance? I think it was about here that I rented this plane, because there's deposit when I turn this plane back in. And it was like, I don't know, the first flight or two, it was like, boom, your money was back. First out of 2 flights. I can't read these things. I don't know what it means. Whatever. I like this. You see where I've zigzagged all over? It makes bucks, but it's a pain in the ass to fly. Oh, that was the other thing I want to do. Let's look at planes for sale, right? Or rent. I got my twin rating, so I've got to fly somewhere 414 if we want to rent it. That's a $269,000 deposit. Ka-ching. See, its useful load is 1971. The Antonov useful load is 4850. But that includes gas, right? So we want something like that. The Beaver's useful load. See, it's only 1770. The Milviz. It's got 2039. Okay, the Beechcraft looks like a Lockheed Electra, but it's the D18S. It's got 3600 useful load, so it's still less. Let's see if we can find. Let me put a different airport here. I want to see what the if we can find an Electra. Not on this one. Hummingbird. It's that Beechcraft again. Or the DC-3. Here's a DC-3. So it's got 6,000 pound payload. Deposit to rent it. Shoot, buddy. So price per flight hour renting is $5,400 an hour. So that's, depending on how far you're flying, whatever. $813,000. So I need to basically double my money if I want to lease one. And if you want to buy one, they're like $8 million. I wish we had some better. Let's try another one. Let's see, Owensboro. I think that Electra might be the way to go. If I can find one. God, it looks like that's a piece of shit. I could afford to buy an Antonov now. I'd have to get one with the GNS. Yeah, it's NeoFly. Humbert. It's mostly free. There are some payware stuff. So like, did you ever? I don't know if you're familiar, Humbert. If you ever played back in the day with Flight Sim 10. FS Passengers, did you ever use that? Or have you ever heard of FS Passengers? You're probably very young, so you probably haven't. If you want to purchase it, it's like 20 euros for the add-on stuff, which opens up some extra missions. So like there's a hazardous cargo and illicit cargo. I don't know if the illicit is available. Minimum rank cadet. Requires company mode. Oh, maybe we can take illicit. I don't know. I don't know what the limitation is on that. Okay. Did you ever play Flight Sim 2004? Are you as old as me, or are you older? You say you're old. What's define old? Evidently, it has some like stolen stuff. I don't know if it has drug runs or not. That, and I don't know if that requires the purchase or not. Yeah, you got me beat by 2 years. Congratulations. Gen X, motherfuckers. The hazardous cargo pays a lot, though. Pays a little more than the. There's like sensitive cargo and there's time express cargo. So there's like it's not unlike truck sim really in that fashion. As you rank up, you unlock things. If you're playing the career mode, I don't know what other modes there are, but you start off like I picked a 4-seat Cherokee for my starter plane instead of like getting stuck in a Cessna or whatever. But you can lease other airplanes. There's a thing you have to do to like get certified. You get these certificates. I need to redo my Class A or whatever. These qualifications. You go to these you look at these airports where they are, like say if I want to redo my Class A, find an airport that's close by. We can do distance 2 and sort by it. So there's one like 28 miles away from here, but it's in the Red Bull Cub. So I'd have to fly that if I want to do it. So you need to find one in a plane you've got. Like I could go up to the Indianapolis area and fly this Just Flight Aero because I've got that. And then when you get up there, you change the planes, and then you do the certification. And if you do everything right, the way they say, and you're within parameters, then you get your gold star. So my twin engine, I did a pretty good job. Here's the key: whatever airport you're at, and you take off, look and see what the altitude AGL is, and you might even, because they give you commands in AGL, so you might actually take your altimeter and dial a Colesman window to make it 0 like you would if you're doing aerobatics. And because they're going to take you up and they're going to have you fly headings and do a circle and hold altitude and stuff, and they want you to go like 1,000 feet above AGL. And like when I first took off, I was like, shit, I don't know what it was, until she says, oh great, and I'm like, well, and I'm shot through it by 100 feet or whatever. Fluffy Little Kittens has been all through this. I've just scratched it. I'm just getting into it, learning things as I go. I found that getting a plane that can hold a lot of cargo can make you a lot of money. The problem is one of the good planes to do it is the the Antonov Colt, the AN-2, which is what I'm in right now, and this bird. And the problem with it is, I mean, it's slow, but you can find these short hops, right, with a lot of, you know, heavy weight, and they pay pretty good. But here's the problem. The altitude is in meters. This is the fuel gauge. I don't think I have it set to be on. You've got a heading indicator here. You got a magnetic compass up here, which is a godsend. You've got a heading indicator here that can, or compass that can be like a gyro compass that can be slaved to it, and then there's another one down here where you can actually kind of set the reference heading and lock in, so that can help too. And then you can sync this to this or whatever if you got everything turned on right. But it helps to mouse over because it gives it to you in English. Otherwise, everything else is in Russian. Maybe you have this plane, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute, what? You search for planes. So will it, like, if I do, like, does it have to go by airport, or can I do a search for planes and it'll show me, like, what happens if I take the airport out? And I can do a plane search here and it'll just go anywhere? I don't know if it's like that. No. See, it puts us back in here. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, dummy. So like in here, or do it elsewhere for the aircraft market? Because otherwise I have to put in, like, I have to manually put the airport in. So like Lawrenceville, and I hit that and it'll show me all the airplanes at that airport. But if I want a specific airplane and I want to see all the airports they're at, can I do that in the other search? Do a space? You mean like this? Oh my god. Okay, and then you sort down through. Let's see, what was I looking for? The Electra. I wonder if it's under E or if it's under, who makes it? It's the Airplane Heaven. I wonder if it's under the, oh, these aren't, let's sort by name. A2A. Oh, there it is, the Electra. So that's 1,000,003, 1,000,004. Love A2A, man. I can't wait for them to put their other planes out. You know what kind of upsets me? So when Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, and maybe I'm stupid, I don't know. So when Microsoft Flight Simulator first came out, the new version 2020, with their alpha product, I'm like, they had all this, oh, well, here's what you get in this, and here's what you get in this. You get this airplane, you get this scenery, and blah blah blah. This airport, whatever, for the super duper $130 one, and then there was like the $59, $69 one. It's like, well, I don't care about all that stuff because I'm really into payware planes, and I prefer the quality of payware planes because usually the sim planes historically have not been, super duper fantastic. So I went with the low end version, right? Thinking, oh, well, maybe I can just, if I need to or whatever. And I thought, surely their 172, which is a Coronado plane, would be the steam gauge version. And they would have the fancy one up on the fancy one. But no, they gave the low end, the Garmin thing, which I hate. I hate the Cessna 172 with the Garmin screen in it. I like the steam gauges because that's what I learned to fly in. And then they took the steam gauge 172 and they stuck it up there in the super duper special edition, right? And I'm like, they won't even let you upgrade. It'd be nice if I would buy that plane. If they say, okay, yeah, you can buy $10, $15, whatever. You can have that Cessna plane. You want something out of the super duper special edition? Yeah, you can buy that plane and put it. No, we're not doing that. Okay, well, what does it cost to upgrade? You want to upgrade, it's going to cost you about $60-$80, something like that. It's like, but I've already paid like $60-$80. Why can't I just pay like $40? No, it's going to cost you $25 over premium, some shit like that. And it's, I won't do it. Maybe in 2024, maybe I'll buy the super duper deluxe version, but I just can't do it. And I hope A2A puts their AccuSim 172 out. I will buy it again if they put their AccuSim Cherokee 120 or P28A. I will buy that again. I fly the Just Flight Warriors and Arrows and stuff, and those are good. But that A2A is where it's at. I got their Comanche. So let's see what the rental is. Fort Knox. That's close. Relatively close. So $139,000 deposit, $1,000 a flight. Useful load. 4,046. Cruise speed 150, 153, 10 passengers. That might be the way to go. Well, I can get the problem is you can't get, well, unless you're talking about the yar piratey sites. I won't do that either though. Well, like a 787, I would have, most of the stuff, like Coronado, right? The planes that were Coronado planes, they could serve a purpose, especially like in something like this. That's usually like in back in, what was it, 2004 or whatever it was, the earlier flight sims. Where I got into FS Passengers or FS Economy and stuff, that's actually where I bought a lot of Coronado planes because it's like, ooh, I want something to do that, that next step, that level in between sort of thing. Yeah, they're beautiful, right? From the outside, their models are great. They don't fly bad. They're pretty easy to fly. So, but it's there's a little bit of Fisher Price to them. If you know what that means. They're kid friendly. Not every button and switch is going to work in them, so it's hit and miss there. But they'll interface with things, and you can fly them. It's great for whatever. But yeah, Coronado, like I said, Milviz, which is now Blackbird. I would love to see their catalog get put in. I know they've had a lot of trouble in the past and pissed off a lot of people, myself included. But they're 310. If you the best twin Cessna twin engine prop plane, piston prop plane out there is their 310. The Fly Simware 414 is probably a close second on that, maybe. So where's that Beechcraft D18? It's 3,600. Ooh, I've got this, the Boeing 247D. Let's look at that. What's that cost to rent? $318,000 deposit, which I could afford. Get that back, just don't crash it. Price per flight, $2,000. Payload 4469, so it's similar to this. It's a little squirrely too, though. I mean, I've flown it. It's fun, but it takes some getting used to. But the gauges are readable, and I think it actually will hold a heading if you dial up the autopilot. Yeah, I think you're right. To get you where you need to go. Let me look. I want to see the DC-3. So basically, the deposit is 10% of the going rate. So you find a cheap one. Hey, that's in Fort Knox too. $5,400 a flight, 6,000 pound payload. There's a hazardous cargo. Got to land soft for those too. All right, turn that off. We can't really afford to take. I mean, we can take the heavy loads, but this got to be a super short distance. Although we could forego the XP on it and just go for the cash. Just turn and burn. And Terre Haute's only 21 miles. Yeah, I gotta kill the engine.
Transporter from dispatch. I see you asked for a fragile cargo mission. The ground crew is waiting to carefully load the crates for you in the parking.
Very good.
Transporter, loading has started. Stand by.
Just the bottles. Oh, sorry. God damn, that is loud. That like maxes out.
Transporter, cargo is loaded. You can
Doesn't
start your
sound that loud
mission.
to me. Let me look. Do they have? That's probably my problem here. Do they got a sound? Audio. I don't know where the audio. I can audio control that. All right, let's see if we can carry. Let's see if we can carry the tonnage here. 4414. $44.14 minus the 190. $42.24 divided by 4 is $10.56. I don't think we can do it. Well, maybe we can. Let's see. Actually, I think we can. Starting to learn what you can and can't do on this plane. All right, then we dump the fuel down. I wonder what happens if I load fuel mid-flight. 13%. Yeah, I apologize for that. I have to see if I can get that worked out, if that's a flight sim situation. Come on, man. Oh, you're not going to... I didn't run you dead, did I? Because it was idled? I need a start cart. Anybody know how to do auxiliary power? Oh. Oh, here we go. I found it. Thought I had it. Get that there. We got. Oh, shit. Maybe that's one. Try it again. How come it's not moving? Did I shot cool kill it? Because it's not even turning over now. Hmm. I killed the plane. I killed the plane. Gonna have to go out there and hand prop it. I have an idea. Let's see. We'll take. Let's look at list Elvars. Oh, look, AN-2. What do we got here? We got a battery. Let's see if we can find battery. I think we can. Battery load. Hmm. What a pain in the ass. I gotta stop doing this. All right, let's just go to the Googles. Electrical battery voltage 1. Yeah, mixture set. Mixture's up. It's backwards in this plane. But I mean, the prop wasn't even spinning, so. Oh, you know what though? Let's see. Yeah, so those are up, right? So we'll get her spin up. And you can hear it make the noise, but the prop won't move. H-I-J-K G-E. Electrical. No, I don't see it. It's not going to work. God damn it. So my question is, if I reload the plane, is it going to jack the flight up? We got fuel sink. Well, what the frick airport are we at? KSIV, right? Yes. Why you reset that for? Missing payload, no bonus XP. So it did kick that off. Okay, so it's sensing that. Ready to fly. $44, 14 minus 190, 42.24 divided by 4, 1056. All right, this did not change. So I don't think it... I don't think it's registering it as being loaded. Reset flight log. Wonder if I'm going to have to dump it and then bring it back again. Like I did the other one. Wake up, you stupid neoflight. Here, let me bring it down here. So like it's showing this on the map, right? I hit the reset flight log. Not that one, dummy. Manage your flight. So this is a whiskey flight.
Pilots, stand by. The cargo is being removed.
Sorry.
My ears.
That is so loud. I've got that turned out almost all the way. It's not that loud for me.
Start your engine.
Huh. I don't know why that is. So here's the job back again. So we'll take it again.
Transporter from dispatch. It's a sensitive cargo mission today. When you check the payload in the flight plan, please release the parking brake to start.
I don't know how to engage the parking brake on this fucking airplane.
Aircrew, be advised, today's fragile cargo is being manually handled onto the aircraft at the customer's request.
She's screaming. God damn it. There you go. I got to pull that all the way down.
Transporter from dispatch. The cargo is on board. You are clear to taxi
I mean,
to the
she's
runway
yelling
and take
out,
off.
but it doesn't sound that loud to me. Maybe I need to turn my volume up. My music is whack. I got to work on my sound. All right, let's see if did my weight stay? Oh. The weight stayed. Manage flight. I think that's got it. Let's see. Add new fragile cargo job. I don't have any. I think we might be good. Let's see what happens. Oh. This up. Go ahead and put that up. Let's put that up. Bring that up. Oh my goodness, are we gonna work? Is it gonna work this time? Messy up here.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
Whoa. My frames dropped something serious there for a second. Now they're back. Which way's which? That's facing east. That's right. So we got to take off. We want to take off and go north. So let's go down here. Alrighty then. Oh, we got some rain out there to the west. So we're going to go from here to there. Short flight. Here's what it looks like. Did I wander off the runway again? I looked down for a minute. For not even a minute. Look down for a second. Oh shit. Oh shit. Crosswind. Crosswind. Holy cow, look at that windsock. Woof. It's fragile cargo. I'm like breaking out on takeoff. Ailerons in, left rudder pump. Look at that windsock. Let's get this thing airborne. Look at that.
Nice
Oh my
takeoff, pilot.
goodness.
Have a safe, steady flight.
That was a shitty takeoff. It was like a pucker. I gotta shit the seat back out of my ass. Our heading is 022. Actually, where we're flying, the area we're flying up to is the town there is the town I went to college. University. Uni. Those hills. And that's where I learned to fly. I didn't fly at the big airport where we're going to be landing here, but I learned to fly at a little airport that was north of the town. I guess I could turn on this other stuff if it does anything. I looked down and I wondered. That way. We don't have a lot of fuel to be screwing around, man. We gotta go find that airport. There's the airport. .79 knots. Fuel on fumes. I think I should go buy that Electra. So when you rent an aircraft, does it have to be returned to the airport that you rented it from, or can you return it in the airport? So you can just dump it anywhere, get your money back. Cool. Cute, cute, cute. It's a lovely day for a low VFR flight. Our tiny hops flight. But tiny hops at 78 knots, it takes a while. So are you, it seems to me that, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but it seems to me in my experience, limited experience, for however many Europeans are still in here, it might just be fluffy little kittens. It seems to me that the Europeans love the simulations, whether it's, flight sim, truck sim, train sim, farm sim, and the like. Fishing sim, there you go, Samus. The yeah, hunting sim. That's Call of Duty, right? Um, do you Fluffy? Do you play Truck Sim, Euro Truck Sim 2, or American Truck Sim? It's not even registering. Some of these gauges don't register. I wonder if I got the wrong. Wait. Oh, I probably don't have the thing. Oh, there it is. It's warning me. It says, "You're almost out of fuel." Oh, that's what those are. There we are. $10,000 in Euro Truck Sim. What's SMT? Oh, okay, or something. Okay, I got you now. 10,000 hours. Holy cow. I don't have. The most hours I have in anything is probably 7 Days to Die. And that's. That's like. I think I'm north of 1,500 hours. That's a lot of truck driving. I'm looking forward when they get the entire U.S. done, so you can go coast to coast. Although I would be for, like, because flight sim, I would be for a 1-to-1 map truck sim experience. I mean, think about it. They had entire cities, or most, and the highways and stuff. Even if the cities weren't, but just the highways. You get on, you go to drive for 2 hours, and you stop, pick it up later. We run with fuel so low, we can't have the fuel gauge turned on because it screams at us. We'll be all right, comrade. iMac as a kid, and it's the only game you can run with somewhat good graphics. Yeah.
Yeah, I had as a kid. I had an Atari computer.
Star Raiders. Best game ever. Still holds up. This airport used to have a National Guard base at it. They don't anymore. They used to have F4s there when I was in college, and then they had later on they had F-16s. The F4s were so fast and heavy they had to have an arrestor cable. So they had this arrestor cable come up out of the ground. We need to get slowed up. Let's pull that power. We've got a crosswind too, but not quite as bad, I think. Shoot, this is fragile cargo too. Notch flaps. No, Star Raiders. The original Atari 8-bit computer. It's a long runway, so we got some space to try and make this happen.
Nice landing, pilot.
Oh, look at that. Cross control. Still got the left rudder, right aileron in.
Taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
Oh, look, she's so happy. She's so happy. Do, 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 do. Oh, what's this gonna get us? I forgot. 25 grand? These little hops, yeah, that's the way to, you know, for these little hops, 100 grand. That's a runway. Where's the stupid ramp at? We're gonna make a left turn on this runway. We're gonna find some ramp space somewhere. The slats on these, they get these like leading edge slats that pop out. If your velocity is under a certain amount. I don't even think this is a taxiway. Oh, there's taxiway lights. Perhaps it is. I got to tell you, that's not the tower that they have at this airport. That's way too grandiose. I'm changing music up. Let's look at, let's go to home. What we got? Daily Mix 1. That's going to be some Bach. It's Daily Mix 3. Chili Peppers. These Antonovs are huge. If you ever happen to see one in real life.
Transporter. Cargo unloading in progress. Stand by, pilot.
Gee, is that a bot trying to sell me some shit? Best viewers
Transporter from dispatch.
on
Cargo unloaded
streamboo.com?
and checked. It is always a pleasure to work with you.
Wow, that sounds cool.
You can start your engine now.
It's fucking ridiculous, really. You know what? I cut that down. Maybe that'll do it. Because I can still hear that. That's what I need to do. That's where I bet I need to check that. And so what's so crazy about it gets confusing, right? My soundboard setup, because I take all the sound out of my computer through the outputs, run it through the soundboard, and then run it back in so I can modify things here. But when I rebuilt the system, everything got all wonky and stuff. So I got to watch the input levels. So that's what, let's see. If I'm talking too loud. Yeah, see, so I bring that input level down just a little bit. Test 1, 2. There we go. In OBS. And so I need to check the Realtek line in input levels and then the Sound Blaster line in input levels. Let's see where those are set. I usually only get one at a time. Those bot sales salesman. All right, we almost got $500,000. This needs a casino so we can take it all and take this 490 and go put it on black. Jobs. Let's see, let's find another dumb job. Why we got to go 37 miles? I don't get that many people coming in here if it becomes a problem. So usually somebody comes in here and they want to post a link. You know, I don't have a problem. I'm not a crazy big streamer, so I'm not important. Oh, Paris is 23 miles away. Bloomington, that might be a way to go. 3944, 37 miles. That's in this area. That's a Fred Geely cargo too.
Transporter from dispatch. It's a sensitive cargo mission today. When you check the payload in the flight plan, please release the parking brake to start.
All right, let me watch here.
Transporter,
Here's the
loading
test.
has started. Stand by.
There we go. I think I might have found the fix.
Flight crew, be advised, the fragile cargo looks extremely delicate. We have secured it the best we can. Please taxi with caution.
What's the weight? Oh, good. We might be able to make this without too much change. 3944. Minus 190 for the co-pilot seat. 3754. Let's see, minus 1056, minus 1056, and then 1642 divided by 2 is 821. So we'll just change these bottom two. 821. There we go. We can add some more fuel. I wonder if happens if we take off too heavy. Hey, I haven't tried that. Do we get penalized for that? Okay, we're going to Bloomington. So we're at Terre Haute. I'm getting hungry again. And we're going to go to Bloomington, Indiana, which is where IU's located. That's a university. Indiana University. Heading is going to be 123, 37 miles. Hardcore VFR. All right, we'll take off. What is this runway over here? Actually, let's get this plane started first, shall we?
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
What direction are we facing? Northwest. So, yeah, we'll be taking off to the southeast. And that'll give us a left quartering headwind, I think. Take a look at that sock. Let's see what the METAR says. METAR says 110 at 9er, so. And then what was our altimeter setting? Let's do that. Altimeter is 3012. We set that in a Colesman 3012. There we go. Not that it matters. Can't read the altimeter anyway. Let's see. We got runway 14. So that's the 1836. We want to go this way. All right, ailerons are into the wind. Bringing the throttles up. Fight that windmill. All right, let off the ailerons a little bit as we speed up. And we are in the air.
Transporter, have a nice flight. Keep the cargo secure.
I will have a nice flight. Thank you for asking. Let's see if we can center these things up. What was it? B, D. So that's there. And then is it this one? Yeah, there we go. All right, that's centered up. And our heading is 123. Brick. This mouse in this shit sucks. There we go. Let's put that on the nose and see what happens. My son's got a VR headset. I've tried it in Flight Sim, not Flight Sim 2020, but I tried it way back when and with like Prepared and maybe even X-Plane. Of course, my machine wasn't as strong as say what I have right now, so they say it can be pretty cool. I mean, it was cool when I did it. I just couldn't fly in any weather or anything because it was so, once if the frames start to drop, you get in the throw up range. And headaches and stuff. But my current machine could probably do it just fine. What I did find fascinating about it, and what was so wild, and I did this with Truck Sim too, is when you put it on just sitting in the cockpit and you look around, like, especially you reach out and you grab a yoke, you're like, man, I'm sitting in an airplane. It just it feels like you're sitting in an airplane. And when you're looking out the window, because I use Track IR, right? I'm so used to that. I'm used to the Track IR calibrations. What's the calibration for Track IR? Well, right, so I'm looking straight ahead. If I want to look 90 degrees to my left, basically my head only has to turn for my nose to go towards the bezel of the monitor, right? And so it's more, and then to look behind myself 180 degrees, I just go a little bit more. My eyes are still facing towards the monitor, right? Let me just have this song play. Play another one. So you get used to that. Once you put on a VR headset and you try Flight Sim and you want to look out your left window, you have to go, oh shit. You actually have to turn your head or turn your chair, to look 90 degrees. 90 degrees is 90 degrees. I've been meaning to try it. I haven't set the lighthouses up yet. I've got them set up for room scale on the other side of my setup. It was the first one. I had a HTC Vive. I still have that one. My younger son plays with that from time to time, but not too often. And then I have an older son who wanted to get one. I don't know, was it 2 years ago? And he had some money saved up, so I let him get it. And it was, I think it is a Valve. Is it a Valve Index? I can't remember now. Shit. I think it is. Well, where we're flying, there is absolutely nothing out here to look for. We're not crossing any major roads until we get within like 10 miles of the airport. So we are just holding this heading, waiting to come out the other side. Well, I tried it way back, the Vive with Euro Truck Sim, and it was the same kind of feeling. I put it on just sitting in the truck, looking around like, oh my God, I'm in a truck cockpit, and it was really cool. And then I tried to drive, and you get no cues, right? So flying isn't as bad because the cues aren't as sharp unless you pull a sharp turn or whatever, or taxiing on the ground got goofy, made me, oh, whoa. So in Euro Truck Sim 2, I made a slow turn out of a lot, made a right turn onto this road with the VR headset on. I about fell out of my chair because I wasn't getting any cues. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Then once I played a little bit, got out on a highway and driving, and then that was kind of okay. Anytime, because I've let other people, play with VR, and like my kids, when I first got the Vive, I was going around, parties and shit, and taking it, setting it up, and showing people. And I came up because I've seen what happens, firsthand experience and otherwise. But I told, I go through let's see what our stuff is. I make them do a pre-briefing. So a pre-VR briefing where we talk about things. First rule, don't fucking run. At room scale, if there's something really scary and you can't handle it, lift the mask. And people are like, well, yeah, whatever. I'm like, no, you don't understand. The second you put that headset on and you put stereo headphones on, you cease to be in reality and you are in that world. I said, so you want to always kind of mentally try to keep mentally one foot planted in reality. I had face covers for it, disposable face covers. Yeah, other people's face grease. Yeah, you can work up a sweat. One of the best games I ever played was Raw Data. for room scale VR. It's really good. Fighting iRobot type robots. Pistols akimbo. Heading's looking good. That's the edge of... No, that's not it. VR chat. What was it? Zombie Training Simulator was kind of good, where it's like cardboard cutouts of zombies that come after you and you shoot them. And you can like throw grenades or throw propane tanks and shoot them, and you had steaks. You could throw these like beef steaks, throw them out, and the zombies would go after them like bait, and start trying to eat them, and that would distract them, basically draw them away from you, so you could shoot them. Oof. Yeah, I remember getting, like I said, playing some of those games. Your feet get tired, your ankles get tired. Padded. It's good to have a pad to stand on if you're doing a stand up. If you're doing a stand up room scale stuff. The what was it? Elite Dangerous was pretty cool. I would play Elite Dangerous and just play with the map. I wouldn't even play the game. I just go into the map, the galactic map, and go woof, and just spread it out and look around. Yeah, I don't think I'd be into the VR chat room necessarily. I don't think that'd be my bag. Oh, of course. I'm hungry again. All right, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out.
Welcome to the collective.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, there's that lake. Caples Mill Lake. Be looking for the White River, I think, coming up somewhere. I might need to go make some steak and eggs for breakfast. Got it streaming for 6 hours, on and off. Six hours. Keep climbing. I like that prop shadow flicker. Wonder what my thing's like a Winnebago. Could live in the damn thing. Oh shit. Could tune in Bloomington on my on my Arduino radio, and because there is a nav here, I can get the DME. Let's see, what is it? Hoosier 110.2. $15 miles. A little airport there. Is there a road there? Might know where I'm at. If that's the White River in front of us. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. We're about 10 miles from the airport now. Because what if that's Spencer? Is that Spencer? I think it is Spencer. Not the Spencer we know, but the town of Spencer. Been in there numerous times. In fact, I think they even got a I think there's a state park in there. On the north edge of the Hoosier National Forest. I'm off course. Sightseeing. What is the wind? 120. It's gonna be another challenging landing, I think. The fact that this thing doesn't have a heading hold, or at least I don't know how to enable a heading hold. I think that might be the airport off our nose. It's a rather long flight, comparatively. There's like Lake Monroe on the other side. That town is Bloomington there. Airport is on the west side of Bloomington. Short runway might be the way to go. Wind 120 at 8. There it is. Angle over here for a base entry. My phone, there it is. See what the temperature is outside. 55. I was thinking we were going to land on that little runway versus the long one to favor the crosswind. But I don't know if the long one might be better. We'll give her a shot. We'll see what happens. God, that might be half dozen one, six the other. Let's see, 120. Is that what I said? 120 at 8. So that's some power, bud. You're looking at the chart, you're gonna fly into the ground. 50 degrees there, and 6. Actually, the is that right? Yeah, that would only be, that's 50 degrees difference, and that would be 60 degrees. So actually, the long runway is better for the crosswind. All right. $10 degrees better. I'll just aim for a piece of grass and fly directly into the wind. Chinese food.
Nice landing, pilot.
Hell yeah.
Taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
Full aileron. "90 feet per minute." I've had better. Stop.
Transport from dispatch. Someone is coming to take the cargo. I'll call you when it's done.
I don't have the brakes figured out.
Transporter from dispatch. Everything seems okay. The customer looks happy. Mission ended.
Woo! I got over 500,000.
You are clear to start your engine.
I think it might be breakfast time. Maybe go make some eggs and leftover steak and skillet. A couple spoons of mashed potatoes in there. I think that's what I'm going to do. Wow. Let me see. Stream chat. Docs. Let's look at the Twitch activity feed. So there's a lot of people that aren't here now, but we had some activity. Fluffy Little Kittens gave us a follow. We had a little hype train action going. Level 1 achieved. Jamal 1 gifted a 1 month sub, which was fucking awesome. Club Class cheered 500 bits. Jamal gave out another, let's see, community gift sub. Club Class cheered 200 bits. Jamal cheered 101 twice. And we got a new follow from Cessna 172, who was from Turkey, learning to fly. And that was it for tonight. Yeah, Jamal gifted a gift sub to Club Class. So, cool beans. Alrighty. Who knows? I might be back